Thank you very much, Mr. Chris Mayaki. I think we have to move faster now. So I would like to call on the representative of Director General NACA. Do we have in the house? Representative of Director General NACA. Representative of MPCDA. Okay. They are not around. So we're now about to start the main business. So at this point in time, I would like to call on Dr. Patrick Nguku, whom I've worked with in the last 20 years on epidemiology. Is our keynote speaker today. Is he around or is representative so that you can stand up so read his citation? Okay, so Dr. Patrick Nguku, MBCHB, PGD, MSA, Applied Epidemiology. He is a medical epidemiologist by training, currently the regional coordinator for AFINET, African Field Epidemiology Network. Supporting field epidemiology capacity building efforts, disease prevention and control initiative, and public health system strengthening activities, such as polio eradication efforts and health security core capacity building initiative. Patrick has been involved in response to major public health emergency, including response to Ebola and COVID-19, among others, in multiple countries. Currently, the Surveillance Outbreak and Response Management Analytics System, SOMAS, curatorium chair with extensive experience in disease surveillance and effort towards surveillance digitalization, called SOMAS. So SOMAS is an electronic surveillance platform used by over 20 countries to digitalize core surveillance functions, as well as related supportive management functions to improve surveillance system performance. So in the last 2 decades, Patrick has been involved at leadership roles in supporting workforce development, mainly in Nigeria, and strategically in many of the African countries through FATP. Previously, Patrick headed the disease surveillance unit in MOH, Kenya, where he was instrumental to integrate disease surveillance and response, IDSR, in scaling it up in that country. He led HIV/STI control efforts, being a member of various TWG, principal investigator in several programs, management grants, and practiced clinical medicine. Patrick has authored or co-authored nearly 100 peer-reviewed publications. At this point, I welcome Patrick to the podium, being heavily represented by the effective advisor, Dr. Sakil Balogun.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oladejo. So like you said, I'm not Patrick Nguku. I'm Muhammad Shakir Balogun. I'm the resident advisor for the Nigeria Field Epidemiology and Laboratory Training Program. And if you recall, in 2022, Dr. Patrick was invited again to be the keynote speaker. He couldn't make it. He's a very, very busy person. And I had to give the speech. And I'm here again to give the speech. When I was preparing for this keynote address, and Dr. Matthew Ashikeni sent to me an electronic copy of the program, I saw that the president, Professor Ogbonnaya, had said a lot of the things I wanted to say. And so when I came in, I had to go to the back to quickly edit my speech. Then as I was listening, Kikiola, is it Kikiola or Kikiokpe? Kikiokpe also started saying some of the things I wanted to say. I had to go back and edit, which is fine actually, because we're already behind time. So I'm really going to focus on the One Health things that we have done at AFINET, collaborating with the Federal Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, and NCDC. So I'm delighted to be here to talk about One Health because it lies at the heart of what we do at the African Field Epidemiology Network. Can we go to the next slide? I have something to show there. Okay, beautiful. If you look at it very well, you will see that the number 7 strategic objective of AFINET is promoting the One Health approach. So it lies at the heart of what we do at AFINET. It's a way of thinking at AFINET, but at the same time, you would see that we have another strategic objective, networking and collaboration for public health advancement. The two of them actually align with the thinking around One Health. And we're indeed very proud to partner and collaborate with EPiSON. I can remember, was it 2016 or 2015? We had an EPiSON conference here in Abuja. Was it 2016? Yes, and we supported the conference then. And a number of the residents that were training participated and presented. And we're very happy that during this conference again, we have a good number of our residents from the intermediate FETP also making oral and poster presentations. This is the essence of what we do at AFINET, collaborating with other organizations to achieve the same objectives. So we collaborate with NGOs, we collaborate with government, Federal Ministry of Health, Agriculture, Environment, NCDC, but also very importantly, the academic institutions in the country, like University of Ibadan, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, Unijos, and the rest of them. And so let's go to the next slide. Yes. So when I entered in the morning, I saw a number of very young people, and we were told yesterday that we had some people who are still in the university. So I thought, instead of just assuming that everybody here as an epidemiologist knows the definition of One Health, I had to quickly slot it in. And here we have the definition from CDC, which defines One Health as a collaborative, multi-sectoral, and transdisciplinary approach, working at the local, regional, national, and global levels with the goal of achieving optimal health outcomes, recognizing the interconnection between people, animals, plants, and their shared environment. And there is a similar definition from the World Health Organization, which sees One Health as an integrated, unifying approach that aims to sustainably, that word is critical, sustainably balance and optimize the health of people, animals, and ecosystems. So this is to say that the One World, One Health, it used to be called One World, One Health. It's good to remember that. One World, One Health paradigm came about in recognition of the fact that the health of humans, domestic and wild animals, plants, and the wider environment, including ecosystems, are closely linked and are interdependent. Next slide, please. So what are the specific issues that have forced us to adopt this collaborative and multidisciplinary approach? So these issues include emerging, re-emerging, and endemic zoonotic diseases, neglected tropical diseases, vector-borne diseases, antimicrobial resistance, food safety and food security, environmental contamination, climate change, and other health threats shared by people, animals, and environment. So One Health is not a project, it is not a program, it is a way of doing things. It is a paradigm. It's like quality. Like when you're in the lab, you're working in the lab. Quality is a way of doing things. It is not a separate project on its own. So as you try to control rabies, think of One Health. As you try to deal with AMR, think of One Health. How can we bring people from diverse backgrounds together to work together to come up with the strategies needed for the control and prevention? So this is very critical. So you have to think in concrete terms when you think about One Health. It's not a theoretical thing. It's not an abstract thing. I will give you some of the examples of the things that we've done at AFINET, to illustrate how One Health is applied in practice. Next slide, please. Just to quickly mention that One Health revolves around 3 key factors: coordination, communication, and collaboration. 3 Cs. So people from different our sectors have to talk to each other. If you are conducting surveillance among animals, you have to talk to the people conducting surveillance among human populations, because some of these diseases can spill over and cause problems. You don't have to wait until you have an outbreak in the human population before you are informed that something is happening. And if you check the IHR, documents and JEE, this is one of the key things. The different sectors have to talk to each other. Then, of course, coordination. So people are doing a lot of different things, but you have to find a way to seamlessly bring all these things together to address common objectives. And of course, collaboration. People have to work together. Collaboration, cooperation. So these three C's. Next slide, please. Now, so we've talked about One Health with regard to many things: AMR, neglected tropical diseases, climate change, and other issues. I just want to quickly focus on the relationship between One Health and zoonotic diseases, and why it's very, very important to think One Health when you think zoonotic diseases. And zoonotic diseases, by definition, are diseases that are transmitted between animals and humans. Next slide. And in fact, it's been estimated that up to 60% of all human infections are of animal origin. I'm sure you are very familiar with these numbers: 60%, 75%, and the other one. What is it? Another 60%. So you have 60% of all human infections of animal origin. Sometimes we even forget that HIV came from animals. We forget about some of those things, but that's the truth. So the vast majority of human infections are of animal origin, and 75% of new or emerging infectious diseases in human populations are also zoonotic in origin. Then, of course, of the 5 new diseases that appear every year, 3 are zoonotic. So these diseases cannot be prevented or controlled without people working in the human health, animal health, and environmental health sectors. And that's why sometimes people say rabies, sometimes they say AMR when they are thinking of the quintessential One Health issues. There is no way you can control rabies in human populations without dealing with rabies in animal populations, particularly dogs in this our environment, because we know that almost always we get it from the dogs. So what do you think about vaccinating all the dogs and making sure they don't have rabies? Once that happens, what happens to rabies in humans? It fizzles out. It disappears completely. Very straightforward thinking, very straightforward application of One Health. So most of the work will actually be done by people in animal health, not human health. So you have many examples, of things like that. If you think carefully about AMR, you see a lot of the things that happen in animal production actually lead to antimicrobial resistance. And you cannot solve that problem without bringing in people involved in animal production. So this is very critical. Can we see the next slide? And so what are the main zoonotic diseases that threaten health security in Nigeria? Of course, we're all familiar with Lassa fever because of the yearly peaks of morbidity and mortality, and dengue, yellow fever, and rabies as major zoonoses in Nigeria. We hardly think about the bacterial and parasitic zoonoses. They're also there. People hardly think about salmonellosis as a zoonotic disease, but it is. So in 2017, we conducted a systematic evaluation of existing zoonoses in the country with the objective of prioritizing for public health interventions. And the process itself was an exemplary act of One Health collaboration, because we brought together professionals from NCDC, Federal Ministry of Health, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, then that was the name then, universities like ABU, Jos, Sokoto, Ibadan, Calabar, BUK, scientists also from USCDC, and of course, NFLTIB residents and graduates were part of it, and it was coordinated by AFENET. So we used the tool, we applied a certain, number of criteria, and we were able to rank the diseases, the zoonotic diseases in Nigeria. Let me just quickly share. I think it's on the next slide. Can we see the next slide? So this was all we came up with in 2017. Rabies was number 1. Avian influenza, then Ebola virus disease, swine influenza, anthrax, bovine tuberculosis, African trypanosomiasis, Lassa fever, brucellosis. It wasn't just a matter of the burden, disease burden, but also the opportunities for control. Because those are some of the things you think about when you try to prioritize. There is no point prioritizing a disease for control when you don't have the control measures. So we put together a lot of things, and this was what we came up with. And let's see the next slide. Okay, so let's just go back. Let me say one more thing there. So we did this in 2017, and after that, we've had monkeypox, we've had COVID, we've had yellow fever. So there's a need to actually re-evaluate the zoonosis we have in Nigeria. And even the tool itself has been, improved. So we need to do that again and see what is happening. Now, from this slide, we'll be able to see some of the things we did with what we found out from that exercise. And so we're able to support the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, working with other partners to come up with a One Health strategic plan. And this is just to provide guide because everybody needs to key into it. This is a national guideline that people from all sectors, from the university, from the ministry, can come together and work towards dealing with zoonotic diseases and other One Health issues. So let's see the next slide. And of course, the NCDC went beyond that. It set up a One Health coordination unit in the Department of Epidemiology and Surveillance. And the unit has coordinated the development of strategy documents and guidelines, One Health risk communication and community engagement manuals, national guidelines for yellow fever, preparedness and response, national monkeypox public health response guidelines, national pandemic influenza preparedness, and all these things are there at the NCDC website. You can download them and go through them and know what's happening. And of course, in addition to these documents, we have also brought together One Health partners to develop plans for specific diseases like anthrax and brucellosis. So we brought together people from different ministries and from different universities to do that. So can we go to the next slide? Now, just to illustrate with some of the things we've done at AFINET, we talked about the first strategic objective of AFINET being, building epidemiology capacity, and the seventh one being, promoting the One Health approach. So when the Nigeria Field Epidemiology and Laboratory Training Program was set up in 2008, it was different from the other FETPs in existence because most other FETPs considered just physicians. This was the first FETP in Africa to incorporate a vet track. In the spirit of One Health, in the spirit of bringing together people from diverse backgrounds to, be trained in epidemiology. And we think that it's a very good model for training people. It was a platform for people who had been practicing in human health and animal health to come together, to be trained, to do the same case studies, to go out for case investigations together, that multidisciplinary kind of thinking. And it also set the stage for future collaborations because after graduation, they already knew each other. It was very easy for them to come together and collaborate on One Health issues. So it's a very good model. And in the most recent cohort of the FETP that just started this week, the 12th cohort, we have a scientific officer from the Ministry of Environment to sort of complete, the third leg of the tripod, because over time, environment has been the weakest leg because human health has more resources and a lot of the attentions go there. And animal health after that. Then when we're doing the intermediate FETP, we thought about it and made sure we incorporated people from environmental health. So in the first cohort, the second cohort, we had people from environmental health. And also while we're rolling out the frontline program, we included a lot of environmental health officers. And even the US CDC has developed a One Health FETP curriculum, which right from the front lines incorporates all these people. We've seen a lot of benefit in doing that. Then along the line, when AMR became a hot topic, we had to set up a mini workshop on AMR to sort of get the residents to be aware of the problems with AMR and the thinking, the strategy developed by NCDC and partners so that they can contribute to controlling AMR. Can we go to the next slide? So these are the other One Health initiatives that we have partnered with NCDC and other people to do. So we work with NCDC to develop a core curriculum for One Health that can be easily incorporated into other training programs. You know, we have different training schools for health workers in Nigeria, and we think even before people graduate, you know, the pre-graduation training should incorporate One Health so that as soon as they come out, they already have internalized the One Health thinking and they can contribute better. Then, of course, the NCDC has been like the rallying point for One Health, bringing together partners, and we have been partnering with NCDC to do this. And at the national level, there's been a ministerial committee set up, which has been talked about earlier, to provide high-level kind of coordination, advocacy, and support for One Health activities in Nigeria. So let's go to the next slide. Yes, so this one initiative, we're supported by the US CDC to conduct surveillance in wildlife. You know, a lot of diseases, emerging diseases are zoonotic in origin. It takes just a spillover event for us to have an epidemic in the human population. And each time there's an outbreak, we are several steps behind. Just imagine what happened when we had COVID. When COVID came, nobody was even sure of the transmission mechanism. Nobody was sure. There was no vaccine. Nobody had any treatment. We were not sure what was going to work. So even healthcare workers panicked. So instead of waiting for a spillover event to happen, where the virus or the pathogen is several months ahead of human thinking and knowledge, it is better to fall back and check what is happening in the animal population. So this was an attempt to find out what pathogens are in circulation in rodents and other animal species, and to start working on them and get a bit ahead of the curve before something else happens. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. We'll continue to have emerging diseases. And so we partnered with CDC, NCDC, Ministry of Agriculture, NVRI. NVRI was very critical to this. You know, the vets were at the center of this activity. So people were trained to trap animals, take samples, and a lot of these samples, so many of them are being processed. And by the time we find out what is happening, it will be communicated to everybody. And initially, the thinking was monkeypox, just to check what is the reservoir for monkeypox. But along the line, we felt, why not look for other pathogens as well? And there are a lot of molecular tools that, you know, that allow you to even discover new pathogens from such samples. And a lot of these samples are being processed between NVRI and the US CDC. Next slide, please. So recently, we also got support from Gates Foundation to conduct environmental surveillance. This project leverages on the investments that have been made in AFP environmental surveillance. AFP is acute flaccid paralysis, the polio thing. And this to leverage on what's already existing to also look for other pathogens beyond the polio virus. And this is going to link up with existing surveillance systems in Ibadan, looking at enteric pathogens in wastewater to further widen our net for conducting surveillance for pathogens that threaten our public health. And earlier this year, we also got some support from the US CDC to conduct a workshop bringing together participants, epidemiologists, physicians, veterinarians, laboratory scientists from the Threat Reduction Network, which comprises countries like Cameroon, Gabon, Central African Republic. Here we reviewed the whole spectrum of monkeypox epidemiology, clinical features, diagnostics, and the rest of that. And we'll soon publish the proceedings from the workshop so that the larger scientific community is aware of what happened, and also the policymakers can be aware. And let's go to the next slide. So these are just some of the things that we have done at Affinate. I had to leave out a lot of the other things that other people have done to, illustrate how you apply One Health, how you bring people together, people from diverse backgrounds, from different sectors, to work on things that threaten our common health, But there are also many other things that we have done in the past. Somebody mentioned, the lead poisoning event, that happened in Zamfara and Niger in those days. Now it's Sokoto. NFLT president working with CDC and WHO went there to do the assessment, to look at the children and remediation, and all those things happen. And I think things like heavy metal poisoning are also quintessential One Health issues, because in many places you can actually set up, animals to be as part of sentinel surveillance. They are the closest to the ground. Before babies and other people start getting infected, you start seeing things happening in animals. And of course, the veterinarians are the experts in this regard. So these are some of the things that can be done in order to look for these environmental contaminants that can affect not just humans, but also animals as well, because they actually accumulate these heavy metals as well. And when this recent one happened in Sokoto, initially people said it was an unknown disease, and subsequently there was some evidence, to suggest that it's still the same environmental issues around heavy metal poisoning. And we have worked with the US CDC to deploy some of our graduates, epidemiologists, to help the state government to fully investigate and, sort of describe the magnitude and the problem in full, so that proper interventions can be instituted. So I'd like to end by saying that effective mitigation of the impact of shared health threats at the human-animal-plant environment interface requires strong One Health collaboration and partnerships. And this allows us to have the biggest impact on improving health outcomes for people, animals, plants, and our shared environment. Thank you for listening.
And we need to give him another round of applause. This is what he knows how to do best. Thank you very much, Dr. Patrick Nkugu, and ably represented by Dr. Shakir, who has been working with him the last 15 to 20 years. Thank you very much. I think we have actually come to the end of this opening ceremony. Very sorry to take most of your time. And I will now call on the Honorable Minister of Health, Professor Muhammad Ali Pate, ably represented by the Director of Public Health, Dr. Godwin Tadon, my friend, to make a remark so that we can close for today. Thank you very much, Dr. Please, another round of applause for our representative of Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ladejo, and I would like to respectfully stand on existing protocol, because I'm afraid everywhere is high table. If I mentioned here, there's only a small gap, then I see the high table continues. It is really a great privilege to be here, representing the Honorable Minister, myself being a member of EPiSON. The Honorable Minister came in a few months ago, gradually going to 1 year now, with a bold and focused agenda to change the narratives of the healthcare delivery space. He didn't, beat around the bush. The first thing he did was to gather all the departments, all the agencies working in the airspace, and he had a meeting with them. Presentations were made to him on the objectives and deliverables of all departments and agencies and programs. And at the end, he made his agenda known to everyone. And the 4-point agenda include to improve leadership and governance in the airspace, to improve population health outcomes, to unlock the health sector value chain, and to improve the health security of Nigerians. And he also wanted to achieve this based on some certain pillars which he identified. Emphasis must be on the presidential executive orders, If you see the disease situation in Nigeria, all the things we've been using are always imported. He doesn't want that one to continue. So he's also looking at the opportunities available to ensure that what we need, we're able to produce locally. So local production is one of his major agenda. Then he talked also about the sector-wide approach, all-inclusive. Like has been said, all the presenters this morning, the first presenter presented the first paragraph, reading the Honorable Minister's mind. And just like that, we've said everything, and there's nothing left to be said. He's also talking about the subnational tailoring of interventions, which also has been mentioned here. One Health approach is also emphasizing it. It has also been presented here. But in achieving all this, he's looking at the vehicles as the people seated here. Most importantly, the public health space. He's not coming with any additional staff or anything. He's still depending on the people that are already on the system to achieve these results. His own is to coordinate the processes and ensure that Nigerians benefit maximally from his input as the coordinating minister of health. Unfortunately, he would have wanted really to be part of this meeting. Honorable Minister is someone that respects intellectuals. And when you listen to him, you know that he's an intellectual that is talking. He cherishes occasion like this. But as the condition warrants, oftentimes, because of exigencies of duties, he doesn't have time to come to occasion like this. As we are talking now, the World Health Assembly meeting is ongoing, and that's where he is. And I'm also here representing the Director of Public Health, who is also with him in the meeting in Geneva. I want to thank the organizers, Dr. Shekeni, who has been running up and down to achieve this. Well, when you come into a space like this, is any seat you get to, you open your mouth. Having traversed from University of Ibadan, having the opportunity to sit, I remember in those days, Professor Azuzu, we used to sit in the, if you remember, we used to sit in the front of the bus together, moving from Igbora to Idere community and all through. They were beautiful years, and moving from, you are going to Lagos, Professor Ekanem, it's good I'm not seeing you in exam mood. I can talk boldly now. So these are some of the experiences, beautiful experiences we gathered working our senior colleagues, who most of them are here listening to us. We have grown, we are no longer boys. But yet we are not up to you, sir. We still continue to refer you and continue to respect you, being there for us. Once again, I want to thank you for inviting the Honorable Minister, the Coordinating Minister, as well as the Minister for State, who is not also on ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Coordinating Minister of Health, ably represented by Dr. Godwin Interdom. Please, another round of applause for him. He has actually represented our Honorable Minister, our Coordinating Minister very well. Thank you very much. Yeah, we are now at the tail end of this opening ceremony. And I think if you look at the agenda for this program, we'll see that we just have presentation of awards and then announcements. Then I will now call on LOC chairman to thank everyone that are here present, including the people on the high table. So I will call on the president of this great association for this presentation of awards. Sir. Please, a round of applause for Professor Lawrence Olu Ogbonaya. Please appreciate him now. Yes.
Let's go with AGM.
The list.
Here's the list of our audiences. Where's the list?
Where do we begin from? Among there's
Okay,
a
it's
way.
happening.
As is.
Yeah, the list now. I thought there's the list. Where's the list? You have the list now.
Oh, you have it online.
Online.
Okay, so you
Has to connect.
All right, as we mentioned earlier, there are a number of organizations and individuals that EPiSON wishes to honor with some award in this conference. Start with the Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
All right, we start with the Honorable Minister of Health. Here, ably represented by Dr. Ntadom. We want to thank him for all his efforts since he became minister again, second missionary journey, and for collaboration with EPiSON, especially in this conference. We want to invite Professor Suzu to come and present this award to the Honorable Minister.
Ladies and gentlemen, you bear me witness. Anybody I make a present to has put himself in trouble, whether they like it or not, especially when they have witnesses. So I was just chatting with him, his class in Ibadan, who were the greatest noisemakers. Because I used to take them on mountain climbing and eating wild fruits in the high mountains. So this is presented to you so that what you came here to do, and the Honorable Minister, I have a letter in his presence that the Africa Federation of Public Association would like to talk to him because Africa is waiting for Nigeria, and SPHP and also Society for Public Health Professionals. So as we give this present to him, it is in trust, solid trust, and you are the witness that they keep performing all these things you said. God bless all of them. And thank you very much.
So our next awardee is the international president of the International Epidemiological Association, our own. You can see how far EPiSON has grown. Our own Dr. Pelumi Adebiyi, please. And let me invite Professor Kanem to confer this award. Thank you, sir. Okay.
On behalf of the Epidemiological Society of Nigeria, we present this award to Dr. Akindele Adebiyi, the president of the International Epidemiological Association, for your humanitarian efforts and advocacy in epidemiology and your particular contribution to EPiSON.
All right, the next award goes to WHO, represented by Kiki Okpe. I hope I got it right. And let me invite a member of the LOC, Professor Nonye Egenti, to come and make this presentation.
So on behalf of EPiSON and the LOC EPiSON, I present this award of excellence to Dr. Walter Kazadi Molumbo, the WHO country representative for Nigeria for WHO's humanitarian efforts and advocacy in epidemiology.
The next award goes to AFINET. To the regional coordinator of AFINET, Dr. Patrick M. Nguku, represented by Bashir Oshakir Balogu Mohammed. And I invite Professor Milabu to please come and make the presentation. Thank you very much. On behalf of, I hope it's working. On behalf of EPiSON and LOC, this award of excellence is presented to Dr. Patrick M. Nguku, ably represented by Dr. Shakir, for his humanitarian efforts and advocacy in epidemiology, dated 6th June 2024. Congratulations. Thank you.
The next award goes to Dr. Akinwumi Fajola of SPDC. He was supposed to be here, but the cancellation of flights affected his journey. We want to invite Professor Mosivie Maduka to come and receive this award on his behalf. And we request Dr. Doris from the FCT to come and make the presentation.
So this is okay. This is an award of excellence presented to Dr. Akinwumi Fajola on behalf of EPiSON and the LOC for your humanitarian efforts and advocacy in epidemiology. This day, the 6th day of June 2024. Congratulations.
The next award goes to the DG of NCDC, Dr. Olajide Idris, and our own Dr. John, who is here, will represent him. Let me invite Professor Charles Tobin West to come and make this presentation.
Okay. On behalf of Epidemiological Society of Nigeria, I present this award of excellence to Dr. Olajide Idris, Director General, Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, for your humanitarian efforts and advocacy in epidemiology. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yes.
Is there any representative from NAFDAC here? Anybody in NAFDAC here? All right. The ESCO also thought it wise that our BOT members who have guided us all these years should also be recognized for all their efforts. So the first on the list is the chairman of our BOT, Professor Ladele Okale. He will be represented here by Professor MC Asuzu to come and collect this award for him. He knows how to deliver it. Kale. Let me invite my predecessor in office, and I'm happy he is here today. I have been boxing him left, right, and center. I won't talk more. Professor Ayuba Zoaka, come and make this presentation.
On behalf of EPiSON, we would like to make this presentation to Professor Kale, an award of excellence for his humanitarian efforts and advocacy for epidemiology in Nigeria. Congratulations.
And before I escape, please, Professor Kale, working with Jimmy Carter Foundation, are reckoned globally as the leaders in guinea worm eradication. Professor Kale.
You see, this my grandfather and our grandfather. He is a troublemaker. And I think who was it that called him the living ancestor? Okay. So, and I can assure you he makes trouble everywhere he goes, but it is a good trouble he makes. Professor MC Asuzu, he is truly a living ancestor. I don't know whether there is anybody in this hall that has not passed through him. During the tea break, he was exchanging greetings with a participant here who was talking about his village in, is it Delta or Edo? And was trying to describe, he said, no, let me tell you more about your village. And he described how he used to shuttle between Ibadan and through that village to Abraka when he was adjunct. If you want to know anything about public health in Nigeria, ask Asuzu. And I've been troubling him that he must write for us a book of medical history, public health history, both in Nigeria and globally. Because if you talk anything now, public health, maybe in the UK, he will tell you the history from 1700 to the present time. I don't know how he manages to retain these things. Sir, you must not depart until you give us that book. Yes.
Well, it's a privilege to present this award to the only living ancestor of not only public health, but epidemiology in Nigeria, Professor Michael Asuzu. Congratulations, sir. Incidentally, I must tell people this story. When we were residents, this is the only teacher that takes you out for dinner when you go for exams.
Incidentally, I don't know what body it is, are appointed for a textbook Introduction to Medicine and the Medical Sciences to be written, coordinated by Professor Shola Ogunui. And the first chapter is on the history of medicine and public health. We have completed writing it. They say it's a 200, 300 level course. We'll finish that course before MBBS Part 1 or BDS Part 1 professional exam. And one other young person like you people asked us to write a bigger textbook on the history of public health. We have finished it. If anybody wants to know the name of the person, you should ask me. Pray for him, because I don't work anymore. If he doesn't put pressure on me, the book won't be published. But we have finished it, we review it. He's going to the one to push for it. So we have answered your questions.
The next awardee is this man whose name ends in a triple E. E to the power of 3. Professor Ekanem. E. Ekanem. And let me invite, I think okay. He said he would teach me how to pronounce Yoruba names. I hope I will pronounce it well now. Dr. Balogun, let me stay with Balogun now. Come and make this presentation.
I'm very delighted to be presenting this Award of Excellence to Professor Ekanem E. Ekanem, Member Board of Trustees, Epidemiological Society of Nigeria, for his humanitarian efforts and advocacy in epidemiology on this 6th day of June, 2024. Congratulations.
Unfortunately, I do not talk as much as Professor Asuzu. My epidemiology is taught in numbers. I speak epidemiology with numbers. And if you like epidemiology and you claim that you don't like statistics, too bad. Your epidemiology is not complete. So I'm very happy today to receive this award from EPiSON. Thank you.
The last but not the least, and I'm particularly delighted with this award because for some time now, for exigencies of duty, Professor Omilabo has not been with us. I remember during one of our ESCO meetings, they were asking me, is he still with us? Is he around? Is he out of the country? Is he alive? And I answered yes to all of the questions. So I had to reach out to him, and he promised me he will be here. And he is here, alive today. Our Board of Trustee members, the most distinguished seroepidemiologist in Nigeria today, Professor Sonny Omilabo. And I want to invite Professor Taufik to come and make this presentation.
On behalf of EPiSON, the Epidemiological Society of Nigeria, this award of excellence is being made to Professor S.A. Omilabu, member of Board of Trustees, Epidemiological Society of Nigeria, for your humanitarian efforts and advocacy in epidemiology on this 6th day of June, 2024. Before I finally do that, I also want to lay further credence to your well-deserving of this award. I'm privileged to have been aware that Professor Omilabu was invited for a position as Vice Chancellor in a university, and he declined that he was very busy with his laboratory work. Congratulations, Professor Omilabu. Congratulations. Congratulations.
While appreciating the EPiSONs and the LOC, as well as my brother's remarks too, it's an understatement to state that one is busy, as we know that the viruses are busy changing their modes and tactics. And those of us in the lab, so we have sleepless nights trying to chase them. By the time we arrive at solving the problem, lo and behold, the next morning you hear of how they are reimagining and reimagining. So all of us have got to be on our steed because the pandemic is close by. And of course, it's those that prepared well that smile last. And of course, with what we've been hearing today, is actually to gear us up. And as members of EPiSONs, we have a lot of tasks because when it comes, we are the ones that will be on the first line. And in that mood, just to appreciate my mentor, Professor Asusu, who dragged me into this EPiSON because viruses don't talk. So we don't like publicity. I appreciate this gesture and pledge my continued support for the EPiSON. So I thank you all.
The LOC, all the awards that have been presented now is actually from the EPiSON, the national body. but the local organizing committee has an award to, again, Dr. Patrick M. Nguku. We invite our dear friend, Dr. Balogu, to come again and stand in for him. This award is being presented to him by the LOC as our keynote speaker. And we want to invite Dr. Abubakar Bala Muhammad, who is the director of Blue Blood Veterinary Clinics here in Abuja, to come and make this presentation. Blue Blood Veterinary Clinics is the largest veterinary clinic in the whole of northern Nigeria. And I believe you have been here since morning, and you heard Professor Suzu lament about the absence of your professional group in EPiSON. I believe that you will help us begin to solve the problem.
Thank you so very. Thank you for this honor. I first will want to start by thanking the organizers for a well-knitted program that ought to have all of us. And I like some of the commentaries that I get this morning when it has to do with the transformation of the viruses, like the last speaker have said. I am a vet with 30 years experience, but also had my fellowship from the Emory University in the United States in infectious diseases and HIV and AIDS. And a lot of people keep asking, what do I do with animals when I'm supposed to be with the humans? And I always have this answer that I am first a human being before getting trained as a vet. And these guys don't know whether it is a human cell or an animal cell. They are just very free and at home with anyone that presents itself. And then when Professor Suzu was also speaking, I used to have a grand teacher, Professor Suzu. And I don't know if they are from the same place, but this is a vet. And this is well noted. I'm also a board member of the governing board member of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria. And I can assure you that by the next year, you are going to have a very huge delegation of public health scientists. Having said that, I will want to do this with all honor in appreciation of Dr. Patrick M. Nguku, who is the regional coordinator of AFINET. AFINET had also trained a lot of our colleagues and consultants from the animal health side. In appreciation of your support to 2024 EPiSON conference in Abuja, and as the keynote speaker on wine health and the rising prevalence of zoonotic diseases in Nigeria, the organizers are making this presentation, and I would like to thank you so very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So I'm very happy to be receiving this award on behalf of Patrick, who is my friend and my mentor. You know, when I started to train as a field epidemiologist, he was the resident advisor, and he was my mentor. And over the years, we have become friends. So the relationship has changed. He's actually my boss right now. And I always like to say it anywhere I go, that Patrick is a boss who has never scolded me before. I have scolded Patrick a number of times, but he has never done that to me. So I'm very happy to represent him and to collect this award.
So thank you very much. So we are the tail end of this open ceremony. And it's my pleasure now to call on the chairman of LOC, Dr. Matthew Ashekini, to give vote of thanks to everyone that has been here since morning.
We have eaten into our lunch time, and I can see that the food is already getting cold. So if you look at, turn to page 30, you will see just a brief account of what we did at the LOC to say a very big thank you. We cannot say thank you enough for all of you that are here patiently attending this opening ceremony. You have done us proud. Throughout, I did not see anybody doze. I didn't hear anybody snore. It's not easy to sit down for 2-3 hours, especially when you have senior citizens amongst us. So we really need to give ourselves a very resounding applause. One comedian said that the number of times you clap, God will use that to prolong your life to live longer. And somebody refused to stop clapping. So please give yourselves a resounding applause. That's better. That's better. Honestly, we started by thanking God and we continue to thank God. I said the account I gave earlier on about the venue for this conference is real life. And as if that was not enough, after we got some succor from NUC, then there was a national strike just before this conference. Another round of prayers and fasting started. And for both of them, God answered us in his own way. So we give all thanks to the Almighty for making sure that this conference is here and live, and so many people who are not here physically are present virtually. We have a very excellent virtual transmission. And in fact, if you step aside and click on the link, you will be hearing everything that we are doing and be part of it. Apart from that, we are also on YouTube. We are going to share the link on the platform so that you can even visit what had been done much earlier. So the LOC has done so much to put this together, and I really want to appreciate all of them individually and collectively. Some of them are here. Please stand up wherever you are, LOC. You deserve to be recognized. LOC, please. Some of them are still out there working. I always say that what you see here is what you can see. What is happening at the background, you cannot see, but I assure you, all the comfort and the seamless, progress we are making here is because some people are out there working. So please sit down, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we have thanked NUC. We continue to thank so many organizations that helped us. EPIN, Professor Prosper Okonkwo he told me he may not be here. I was shocked when I saw him here. And I think another miracle, because of the strike, the event he went for in Lagos was canceled. So he came here and we thank God that that one was canceled, not our own. All right? NACA, PPFN, the National Center for Women Development, where most of our guests are staying. I hope they are giving us the comfort that you need. We want to thank them for being so nice and understanding. Even without paying any money, they reserved the rooms for all our BOT, and the EXCO, and I'm happy with them. We will pay them, don't worry. WHO is here, they are listening. We still have debts to pay. I really want to appreciate everybody, the Coordinating Minister for Health, for being represented here, our own colleague, Dr. Ndadom. We thank you. Please convey our appreciation to the Honorable Minister. We also want to thank the FCT administration, Dr. Doris. She did everything to pull the mandate secretary here. At the end of the day, she's here representing the mandate secretary. We please convey our appreciation. She's our landlady or landlord. Landlord or landlady now. But all of the above. So without them, we cannot be comfortable here. And by extension, the Honorable Minister, please convey our appreciation. NTA, our friends in the media, Daily Trust, Radio Nigeria, all this will be in the news. So a lot of decisions we are going to arrive at from our communique, rest assured, we are going to give it the widest viral dissemination. So we assure you that everybody will hear us. As we speak, where is Dr. Bai? Our brother from NTA, we are going to be on Good Morning Nigeria tomorrow. What time? 7 o'clock. Don't oversleep. We are going to close early so that you can wake up and listen to Good Morning Nigeria on NTA network. It's 7 o'clock. We are going to hear our elders here going to speak about this conference and let the world know that it's one world and we must take care of ourselves and our neighbors, whether they are animals or plants. They are our neighbors in our environment. We must take care of them to take care of us. So I will not say too much, but to again say thank you. And if there are any shortcomings, look for me. Don't look for LOC. Any shortcomings, look for me. But if they have done everything, anything at all that you think is nice, thank them when you see them. Yeah? Say hello, thank you, well done to them. Thank you. Have a wonderful conference. I will continue after lunch. We are going to be here for the first plenary session. We'll have some presentations again. If you look at your program, we are coming back after lunch. Don't go away. Come back and hear more of the excitement. Entrance to this
Hello.
Abi?
Please, restaurant, can you close that kitchen now? No more serving. With photograph and come back for lunch. That's the announcement. Please, suspend food. Let's go and take the photograph and come back for lunch. Please. You are still serving. I said stop. Stop, stop, stop. Stop.
afternoon, teachers, mentors, senior colleagues in the room. This will be reconvening at 3:30. So please let's finish up our food. Those that want to go and pray should go and pray. Because we are starting at reconvening at 3:30 dots. Thank you. Good afternoon, please. Secretariat announcement. We are looking for a bunch of keys. Lexus car. Let's look around under our seats in case we see any. It's 3:35 and we are starting the first plenary section. And the chairman for the event is already here. Professor S.A. Milabusa. Other members of the I table include Dr. Samuel Adedoyi. Samuel Adeoye Adejuwon, former Director, Climatic Change, Federal Ministry of Environment. So, Professor Amos Paul Bassi, please invited to the I table. Project Director John Snow, International Research and Training Institute, Abuja. Can we all get seated? The next session is about to start. The I table are already seated. Please, can we move forward and have the first seat occupied? Those sitting at the distal end of the hall after the serving place, please, can we all move down so that we can start early to end early? We are waiting for you to come down so that we can start.
This session is about 30. Of course, I've been asked to chair over this session. My name still remains Sunday Umilabu. I'm a medical virologist and I work with the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Dr. Samuel Adedoyin Adejuwon is a specialist on climatic changes, climatic factors, and the impact on the environment. His paper will be presented, so I will implore us to listen, jot down our points as well as questions to ask, and then discuss. We are to have Professor Amos Paul Bassi come and also give us presentation on the impact of climatic changes on this spread. We hope he will join us shortly. So I will hand over to Dr. Adejuwon, who will present the paper. So he has 20 minutes to present the paper. So over to Dr. Adejuwon. Thank you very much, sir. Chairman, professors, colleagues, my name is Samuel. An epidemiologist, medical experts. I am a climatologist by profession. The issue I deal with concerning the impacts of climate change, especially when it comes to health, is becoming tremendous and challenging, especially when it comes to vector diseases. But as it has been given to me, I'm not going to elaborate much on the health impacts of climate change. I've been asked to talk generally the effects of climate change, and I will do that through this outline. Can I have the first line, please? Yes. I have the introduction. Evidence of climate change in Nigeria, impacts of climate change, some case studies. What are the national climate change responses? What are the specific responses when it comes to adaptation and mitigation strategies? And what are Nigerian key climate policies and strategies? And I'll round up with the conclusion. The Federal Republic of Nigeria is regarded as climate change.
west coast of Africa between latitude 3 minutes to 13 degrees 30 minutes. Relatively, borders Benin in the west. It is bordered by Benin in the west, Niger in the north, Chad and Cameroon in the east. And the east coast of about 850 kilometers in the south lies the Gulf of Guinea of the Atlantic Ocean. It is the fourth largest country in Africa, 14th largest country in Africa, with a land mass of 923 square kilometers, comprising 910, 768 kilometers of land, and 30,000 kilometers of water, square kilometers of water. And it has a total boundary length of 4,900 kilometers, including 850 coastline. According to the latest UN estimate data, the Nigerian population stands at 223, approximately 223 people in 2003. That's a very young population with 42.54% of inhabitants between the ages of 0 and 14. There is also a very high dependency ratio at 82.2 dependents per 100 non-dependents. Now, climate change poses a significant threat to Nigeria's future development, including attaining objectives outlined in the current administration's renewable agenda 2050. According to the 2021 Rotterdam Global Adaptation Index, Nigeria is ranked 53rd most vulnerable and the 6th least developed, least prepared globally to adapt to climate change. Then the 2021 Climate Risk Index, which evaluates countries' exposures and susceptibility to extreme events, classify Nigeria as a region with a moderate risk level and moderate vulnerability to the consequences of climate change. What are the evidences of climate change in Nigeria? Temperature increase and variable rainfall. We have been experiencing this. It is experiencing rise in temperature with more heat waves in the north. Rainfall patterns are also and severe flooding in coastal regions, while droughts become more common in the north. Hydrological droughts put a strain on water resources and disrupt agricultural production. Sea level rise. Rising sea level threaten coastal communities, including infrastructure, with increased inland water and land salinization and greater risk of flooding. Land degradation is much more pronounced in form of desertification, soil erosion, and other forms of land degradation, and they are worsening due to climate change. Then the impact on livelihoods also produce effects of climate, also manifest in the effects of climate change, particularly those who rely on agriculture and fishing. And food insecurity is a growing concern of the country. The health problems. The changing climate can lead to the spread of waterborne diseases, zoonotic diseases, and other health problems. Heat waves and the consequent heat stress is also becoming a more serious issue. In my presentation, I'll leave the stressing of the impact of climate change on other aspects, and I'll leave the health sector to the next presentation. These are just, next slide, please.
Yes. These are just the manifestation of impacts of climate change, rising sea level, threatening the coastal cities, desertification in the north. You can see Lake Chad in 1963, 1973, 1997, and 2001. You can see the way the lake is shrinking. Then soil erosion due to heavy rainfall event. You can see a complete cutoff of the road by erosion due to heavy rainfall events. Then you can see families that are displaced by flood. Next, please. Yes. What are the impacts of climate change? If you look at the background picture, it is self-explanatory. Agriculture, it impacts agriculture. It leads to reduced crop yields, food insecurity, desertification, and so on and so forth. When you are evaluating the effects or the impact on water resources, you have droughts, drying of lakes, saltwater intrusion in coastal areas. Then when you are talking of health, increase in heat-related illnesses, waterborne diseases, zoonotic diseases, and malnutrition. Displacement and conflict, resource scarcity leading to competition and migration, and therefore conflicts are generated anywhere any migrants are trying to settle down. Infrastructural damage, floods, erosion, landslide, impacting roads, buildings, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. What are the characteristics of Nigerian development? The first is the size and relative location of the country, where we are located that I have enumerated above. Then heavy dependence on natural resources. Increasing livelihoods are climate change sensitive. Poor physical planning. Rapid population growth. Production method that is arising from obsolete technologies. Deteriorating infrastructure. Relative unstable business climate. All the above make Nigeria more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. We can see an example. This is a rainstorm ravaging a banana plantation. Next slide, please. This is a submerged properties. Please, can you give us the next slide? Submerged properties. You can also see submerged roads where people are just trekking on the road that has already been flooded. Again, the same thing where settlers are moving from their original place to from a flooded place to a safety environment. Then, yes, next slide. Increasing pests and disease epidemics, increasing mosquito spread, increasing tsetse fly spread, termites, cross-border interaction. These are, impacts. These are the advents of climate change, in Nigeria. Then what are the case studies that we have experienced? In 2012, Nigeria recorded unprecedented amount of rainfall resulting in many loss of lives and several billions of naira worth of properties were destroyed. Lagos in 2019, record-breaking rainfall caused severe flooding in Lagos, displacing thousands of people and damaging properties. This highlights the increasing risk coastal cities face due to rising sea levels and intense storms linked to climate change. The torrential rains and severe flooding of 2022 reportedly affected over 3.2 million people, spread over 34 of the 36 states, with over 600 deaths and 1.4 million people displaced. In addition, more than 569,000 hectares of farmland were destroyed by floods, more or less at the height of harvest season, leading to food insecurity. So Nigeria reportedly lost an estimate of $6.68 billion. The impacts included damage to cropland, infrastructure, and residential and non-residential building. Desertifications in the north. Once one of Africa's largest Lake Chad, has shrunk significantly, like I show in the earlier picture. The current situation in the Lake Chad region of the northeastern part of the country provide good empirical evidence of apparent linkage between climate change, migration, conflicts, and insecurity, albeit in a rather non-linear and complex manner. Next. Other farmer conflicts. Changes in rainfall patterns have led to competition for scarce resources like water and grazing land between others and farmers in central Nigeria. This has resulted in increased tensions and violent conflicts, erosion and loss of farmland. I've explained this. The crisis in Nigeria Northeast region, partly worsened by climate change, has had significant impacts. An estimated 2.4 million individuals were projected to face food insecurity between October and December 2021. But you can see that virtually every part of the country is now facing the food insecurity. In this area, approximately 350,000 households that had been displaced were unable to participate in agricultural activities by December 2021 due to the action of violent extremist organizations, which further complicated by the challenges posed by climate change. Next. Now, we have tried to enumerate the impact of climate change. What are we supposed to do? What is Nigeria doing to respond to the issue of climate change? Before I speak on this adaptation and mitigation issue, the first thing Nigeria has done is by signing and ratification of so many of climate change treaties. It started with United Nations Convention on Climate Change, which was signed in 1992, and followed by the Kyoto Protocol in 1997, and the recent Paris Agreement, which was in 2015. So the two main things that these are addressing in terms of responding to climate change are adaptation and mitigation. As a developing country, what really, getting into us is the adaptation to the impact of climate change. When you look at it, why is it important? It's because we are much vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And therefore, when you compare it with mitigation, mitigation is, removing the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, which have been known to be the precursor of climate change. It is believed that, when you put Africa together, the percentage of emission they are putting into the atmosphere is less than 4%. So what really concerns us as Africa in general, as a region, and Nigeria as a country is adaptation. But then we cannot limit our response to only adaptation. We also have to undertake mitigation activities. So, and adaptations are measures to adapt to changing climate. And then what do we do in that, instance? We have to create resilient infrastructure
That is infrastructure that will be able to withstand, any disaster. Then disaster management. If there is a disaster, what do we have in place, to cope with such a disaster? Like NEMA. NEMA is down here, and some other, organizations. Then you see that there is an overlap between the adaptation and mitigation. Let me go over the mitigation. Measure to prevent further climate change. Emission reduction. We have to reduce emission. We have to reduce emission of greenhouse gases that are precursors to climate change. Then we have to embark on usage of renewable energy, and we have to also to, embark on energy efficiency product. In between or overlapping in the veins are conservation of natural resources. By the time we are conserving our resources, we are doing adaptation on one side and we are doing mitigation on the other side. Community and employee well-being. We have to take care of community and, those people are employed. Then creation of shared value where we cooperate with one another, especially what has been termed One Health issues that was presented by Dr. Balogun. So, what are the steps taken by Nigeria to adapt to the impact? What are the Nigerian responses to adaptation, and what are the strategies? Their government initiative include the Nigeria Great Green Wall. This is a kind of planting of forests across the 11 front states of the Sahara Desert. Then community-based adaptation project, including water conservation, and adopting planting of drought-resistant crops. Then the role of international cooperation. The role of international cooperation include the international convention that Nigeria belongs to, not necessarily climate change convention or the Paris Agreement. There are other international agreements that Nigeria belongs to. So the role of international cooperation can also help us to adapt, to come up with strategy to adapt to climate change. Next, please. Then national greenhouse gas emission. What are we doing in this regard? Nigeria has remained at the forefront of responding to its obligation to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change since the ratification of the convention. The latest GAG inventory was presented in the first national inventory report. The GAG inventory covers the whole territory of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the national GAG inventory includes estimates for the 4 IPCC sectors: energy, industrial process and product use, IPPU, agriculture, forestry, and other land use, AFOLU, and waste. The emission coming, next please, the emission coming from each of these sectors, is shown here. And you will observe that energy is the most sector, is the sector that contributes to most GAG emission, whether in Nigeria or elsewhere. Then what are the barriers to these strategies? What are the barriers to all these efforts that are being taken by the country to adapt or to face the impact of climate change? Inadequate collaboration. We have not been collaborating enough in all this. Lack of public awareness, inadequate capacity, overlapping responsibilities and mandates. This is very common where one agency is established doing the same work of another. There are kind of confusion, and some of them don't even know what to do. Absence or weak political will, insufficient funding. Absence of or weak political will lead to insufficient funding, which is experienced in the implementation of climate change activities. Then misalignment of policies within and between levels of government is also a very, very critical barrier facing the implementation of climate change response and climate change response to climate change and adaptation. Now, what are the drivers of change? Building appropriate capacity for action, adaptation action, defining adaptation options at the various levels of governance, creating an enabling environment for effective adaptation, designing a coherent approach to fund mobilization for effective climate change adaptation, developing suitable strategies for engaging the private sector, developing effective communication strategies in the various phases of the adaptation process, and develop an effective monitoring and evaluation plan to facilitate the implementation. These are the drivers that can bring about the change in the barrier, or that can remove the barriers that we have just identified. Key climate change policy. We have so many, the Nigerian government recently introduced a new climate change law in 2021. It provides a framework for achieving low greenhouse gas emission objective and many other things. And some of them are National Climate Change Policy 21 to 2030, National Adaptation Plan, Framework, nationally determined contribution. This is what Nigeria has indicated to do under the Paris Agreement. Then second, biennial update report. First, biennial update report. These are reports of our activities towards reducing emission of greenhouse gases. Adaptation communication to the UNFCCC, on and on like that, up to the newly energy transition plan, among others. Yeah, what are the other actionable steps we can take? We need to actively support reforestation projects by participating in or donating to tree planting campaigns. That is, when we are now going back to the issue of conservation. Intensify educational campaigns to raise awareness about environmental issues and inspire a culture of conservation and sustainability among all citizens, especially the youth. Adopt sustainable consumption practices to minimize waste, especially in our homes, by using the 3 R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle. Advocate for policy change by encouraging policymakers to prioritize climate action and sustainable land management practices. A good place to start is to call for the urgent reform of the Nigeria Land Use Act to include sustainable development and climate change consideration, crucial for the country's long-term environmental and economic health. By restoring our ecosystem, protecting biodiversity, and combating climate change, we can secure a sustainable and prosperous future for Nigeria. Then conclusion, as for climate change, the clock is ticking. It is no longer a looming threat. In the past, the concept of uncertainty was very, very pronounced, but there is no uncertainty about climate change now, given the evidences on ground. Looming threat on the horizon, it is here, disrupting weather patterns, intensify natural disasters, and jeopardizing ecosystem. The time to act is now. Individual and collective responsibility for our planet. The Nigerian government should actively work to mitigate the effect of climate change through investment in infrastructure, resilience, resource management, and potentially by promoting cleaner energy sources through the establishment of both institutional and technical frameworks. The Department of Climate Change, such institutional and technical frameworks are already existing. For instance, the Department of Climate Change in the Federal Ministry of Environment is there. The presidential oversight, the recently enacts National Council on Climate Change, then Presidential Committee on Climate Action and Green Solution that is recently announced by the presidency. Then activation of the Climate Change Act, coherence of climate policies and strategies, decarbonization efforts, use of compressed natural gas, carbon market and activation plan. And individually, we have to educate ourselves. We have to stay informed about climate issue and solution. Reduce your carbon footprint, conserve energy, adopt sustainable practices, and choose eco-friendly products. Raise your voice. Talk to friends and family. Advocate for climate action and hold your leaders accountable. Need for more interdisciplinary researches to detect direct and indirect relationship between zoonotic diseases and climate change. And finally, we need to work together to build more sustainable future for ourselves and generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ajejuwon, for that lucid presentation. I don't know whether Professor Bassi is around or is representative to come and give us the next paper on the impact of climate on diseases in Nigeria. Any information to that? Dr. Ashiken, do we have information on the next paper? All right. I understand Professor Bassi is not around. So let's continue with this discussion of the paper just presented by Dr. Adejuwon. I think we've all noted all our points. I think it's time now to discuss. If we have questions, so we can raise our hands so that we identify people with questions. From my right here, the hedge, the road, there any questions or comments on Dr. Adejuwon's presentation? Any hands up? So we can move to the center. To my left, yes. 1, 2. So let's start with Dr. Ladejo.
Thank you, Dr. Adejuwon, for this beautiful presentation. You know, actually, as a matter of fact, climate change has really had so much impact on the adverse impact on the health of globally. And African CDC, they are actually looking at most of the impact of this climate change, and they are actually compiling a sort of documents that will really showcase public health intelligence reports. And some of the things we are talking about is climate change, impact on cholera, dengue, and monkeypox. So I don't know whether you have actually done any research on this area. And if you have, I would like to have your link so that we can continue to work with African CDC. Having said that, another area I really want you to, to really dwell on is area of poor sensitization in Nigeria. you have a private digital environmental system. I really want to know whether you are really getting in touch with climate change, National Climate Change Council of Nigeria. And if you have, is there any conceptual framework you have put up with them, and how do you link up with health sector to be able to showcase it to the world? Thank you very much.
Okay. Let him have the mic for the second question so that Dr. Adijon can now respond to them together.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to ask these questions. So on climate change, I would like to ask, what are the opportunities for global collaboration? If there are, it's just to also add to it that there are opportunities for grant funding for climate change in North America and in Canada. And if you don't apply, you're not going to get. It's not a curse, but it's just you got to ask, and you got to ask by applying for the grants. And then what opportunities are there for technology collaboration? And then in what way are we infusing awareness or education where people are able to dive into hydroponics and dive into soilless tree planting, where at some point in time you can now take them from the backyard of your house and then get to look for some suitable place to transplant such. And then I think the last is what avenues do we have to access financing, because there's also financing for initiatives regarding climate change in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Adejuma will now respond.
Okay, my name is Joby Adeloye, Dr. Joby Adeloye. I represent Novadoc Amber Transfer Canada.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, colleagues, for putting this question across. The first from Dr. Ladejo is research in specific disease like cholera, among others. I think you are the one, by virtue of your profession, that will initiate, those studies. And if you remember very well, I mentioned in my last that we need a kind of multidisciplinary researches to bring about, to help us to identify such, such direct link, indirect or direct link between all diseases and climate change. My own area is focusing, on climate change generally. Of course, not that I cannot work with, epidemiologists to find out the relationship between some diseases and, the climate change. Then linking with the National Council on Climate Change, it is an agency is a commission that has just been established, and they are really trying to find their footing. But I'm sure as a commission, they are ready to work with any partner that are also willing to collaborate with them. Thank you very much. Then the global collaboration that was mentioned by our colleague there, by virtue of ratification, by signing and ratification of climate change treaties, has already indicated that we are collaborating globally towards, resolving the issue of climate change, towards mitigation of climate change. We can do that on multilateral basis. And that is when you are talking of convention, you know, and all like that. And, you know, our relationship with other multilateral organizations like World Bank, etc., etc. Then we can do that on bilateral basis. We can also ask for assistance from Canada, from USA, from UK. In fact, there are outstanding ones on ground, like CIDA, Canadian Institute of Development Agency. They have also been helping us in all what we do in Nigeria, the UK Overseas Development Association, and so many other assistance or collaborative work, you know, with all those international organizations. Then awareness and education, especially, I mean, these are recurring articles in the convention, in the Kyoto Protocol, in the Doha Amendment, and recently in the Paris Agreement. These are recurring issues that we need to keep on raising awareness, raising education of the society with respect to climate change. And it is a division and a branch either in the Department of Climate Change and now in the National Council of Environment. So much emphasis is being laid on, you know, awareness, creation, and education of, you know, of the society. Assessing financing to implement climate change. By being a party to all these treaties, by being a party to the climate change treaties, we are entitled to any financial assistance, you know, coming, you know, especially to the developing countries. But the point is that we cannot just sit down and wait until they say, Nigeria, come and take your share. It's not done like that. We have to identify specific projects, either in the adaptation sector or in the mitigation sector. Now bring up our proposal. I mean, prepare our proposal, submit our proposal, either to bilateral partners or multilateral, you know, corporations to finance such proposal or such project. Those are the only ways by which we can access finance. But the most important of it all is that we have to keep on emphasizing that government needs to put more, I mean, they need to put more funding into the implementation of climate change. Even when we are talking of proposal is not just something that one will sit down and do because, you know, when you are talking of a climate change proposal, it has to cover a very large area depending on your focus. And therefore, even to prepare that kind of proposal, you need funding. And apart from the fact that you also need funding for the identified projects, you know, that are geared towards implementing climate change activities, whether in terms of adaptation or whether in terms of, you know, reduction in greenhouse gas emission. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adejuwan, for that response. Yes, my sister there raised up her hand. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that great presentation. My name is Dr. Wanko from the University of Abuja. So the issue of climate change and the question or my concerns that I want to raise, I don't know if it's in your purview or not. And if it's in your purview, what can be done? Nigeria as a country, I learned, has lost about 90% of its forests in the past 20 years. And they said it is the highest in the entire world. Such a thing is not happening in any other country as much as it has happened in our country. If it is in your purview, what can you do about it? Or what are we doing about it? Because I think that it is not just an accidental thing. And then probably government is also involved. I don't want to go into political issues as well. I mean, the coastal road that is being constructed is still going to be part of something and is going to degrade our environment. So what are you able to do about it?
Accept this as.
Sir?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question?
All right. Thank you very much, sir, for that beautiful presentation. My name is Dr. Daniel Joseph. First, I want to make a comment as well as a question. And to put this into perspective, I'm from Cross River State, Calabar. I work in Sokoto. I remember last year, okay, when I got to Sokoto, my first experience was the welcome that greeted me. Immediately I landed at the airport, I discovered it was a different world altogether. Everywhere was so hot. And I remember sitting with an emir on the aircraft. And when we stepped out, I just shouted, "Oh my God." And he turned to me and said, "I know why you are shouting. The weather, right?" I said, "Yes, sir." And everybody started laughing. But then, as a country, Nigeria, there are so many policies out there from government, from different quarters, but then implementation is always a problem. The policy formulation is not usually the problem, the agenda setting and all that, but the implementation is really a problem. And there is so much work being done out there, but yet we see very little when it comes to implementation. My question is, for Northern Nigeria as a whole, what is government doing for them? Because most times you stay there and your phone gets turned off. The next thing you see on your screen is the weather is too hot, the temperatures are too high. I mean, there was even a time I had to tell a physician, "Don't you think we should redefine fever in Northern Nigeria?" Because everybody feels very hot and yet it seems very normal. So what is the government doing for Northern Nigeria as a region? Because there is a sharp disparity between the temperatures in the north and the temperatures in the south. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, contributions? So.
Want to go? Thank you, Doc, for the presentation. My name is Dr. Austin Ajogo. I'm the LO Secretary. I want to ask, what is the Ministry of Environment doing? Because if you go out, you see a lot of projects here and there, and none of those projects comes with environmental impact assessment. And they don't do any assessment to determine the effect on the environment. So what are you doing regarding that? Thank you.
Any other? So there are about 4 questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samuel. Very beautiful presentation. And I hope everybody has taken notes on this. Okay, can you hear me now? I said, thank you very much for a very beautiful presentation. It has really brought home the effects of climate change. Looking at Lake Chad shrinking, look at all the roads cutting off, things that you never imagine will happen to us. And I want to write on the last 2 or 3 speakers' questions. Also speak to what we can do to mitigate the damage of our forests.
I mean, if you are talking of adaptation and mitigation, there is no way the climate change expert will not be talking about forestry, because we need to maintain our forests in order to take in much of the carbon dioxide that is in the atmosphere. You know, we need to take, we need to advocate for more of that particular product, that is the forest. The problem is there's been so many policies developed by the Federal Ministry of Environment towards maintaining the level of, forestation in the country. But just like one of our colleagues said here, the implementation remains problematic. In the past, we used to have forest guards. Of course, we do now, but how effective they are, is another case entirely. And not only can we do that through the use of forest guard. In fact, under the clean development mechanism, the issue of afforestation, has come up on and on again, that if you can preserve your forest, if you can estimate the amount of carbon that is being sequestered by that particular forest, you can receive certain amount of money. You can sell that carbon, you can take that carbon to carbon market and get some money. So this is one of the areas by which that issue is being tackled, apart from the fact that there are some both national and international non-governmental organizations that are really interested in protecting the wildlife and plants, and the zoological component of our forest. But this, like I said, falls squarely under the purview of the Department of Forestry. Dr. Daniel, many policies, but implementation is always the problem. Yes, we are all Nigerian. This has remained the bane of our development. We have very sound policies, but if you don't have fund to back the implementation up, then we are not going to get anywhere. So this is the problem. We just have to keep on appealing to the government that once we have a policy, it has to be implemented. And the only means of implementation is, not necessarily making money available. If you make money available and you don't develop the capacity of those that are going to implement it, you are not going to achieve anything. It's just going to be money thrown in the dustbin. So we need to raise awareness. We need to develop the capacity. We need to do so many things in order for us to be able to implement such policies. You also, so our colleague from there spoke about the EIA of some projects. Yes, when you are talking of EIA, it was of utmost interest in the recent times when they were talking of EIA of Lagos, Calabar, and this came to limelight. You remember when they were developing the expressway that goes to the airport, there were thick trees both on the left and right of the road, but all these trees were removed. Then the question is, was there any EIA? Let me make it clear to you that under the EIA Act, when a particular project is of utmost importance to the government, they always waive the EIA. I am not in the EIA department, but I have also participated in environmental impact assessment when I was a lecturer in the university. Even when I left the service, I was also engaged as an expert on climate change in environmental impact assessment. there are some projects that you have to waive depending on its importance to the society, depending on its importance to the population, depending on the political interest of government. Some are always waived, but not that kind of Lagos Calabar highway that they are going to, that they are embarking on. Definitely, there must be an environmental impact assessment. It's not even going to be a one-off assessment. It's not going to be a one-off environmental impact assessment. It has to, they have to iterate it as the project is going on. They have to keep on doing the environmental impact assessment. So that is just it. Most projects, there is a department in the Federal Ministry of Environment that is dealing with impact assessment, and they're in the best position to know which project and which project does not qualify for EIA. But I know when a particular project is of most important to the population, to the society, and to the government, there can be some form of waiving, in that regard. Then, Dr. Ashikene, you are still talking of damaging our forest. Yes, I think I've explained a bit of this. We just need to keep on advocating for tree planting. We have to keep on advocating for tree planting, even in the desert area. But again, I won't say government is not doing anything. The Great Green Wall Sahara is covering so much from Mauritania to Cameroon, and it is in a bid to reforest that particular sector. They call them 11 frontline states, and this activities is also being undertaken. When you want to consider the climate change aspect of it, we will say as it is, as it constitutes an adaptation project, because it is the people in the area that are being made use of to do the planting, to do the monitoring, and all of that. Again, the existence of green cover, the existence of forests in that 11 front state is also mitigating, is also taking in carbon dioxide by that, mitigating emission of greenhouse gases. Yes, it is the last one you mentioned, the charcoal cutting of it is a very menacing activity that is going on here. And if you observe very well, sir, you will see that all these people carrying charcoal, they're always doing it in the night. You will always see them in the night. They will never be on the road during the afternoon. I think government needs to do something about it. Either, set up guards that are going to be checking them on the road in the night. But just like you say, fuel is beyond the reach of ordinary, person, ordinary village person, ordinary, members of the community. Then again, how do they, those people in the community that are felling trees, how do they earn their living? I think what government needs to do is to do more of advocating, more of advocacy. That is, if you cut down a tree, make sure you plant 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, to that effect. It's going to be a very difficult exercise to pursue. Not that it's not, not that the problem is not surmountable, but it's going to take a lot of effort to surmount that problem. Because if you don't have what to use to cook, you have to go. Even now, people are preferring to use coal than use gas when the gas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think before we acknowledge Dr. Adejuma for his expertise on climate changes, you will agree with me that he has really done justice to that topic. He's really an expert. And the take-home messages from his presentation are, as I just noted it, one, government needs to do more than what they've been doing in terms of advocacy, in terms of enlightenment. And then we as scientists, we also need to do our own. GMOs, they are regenerating and regenerating just for them to survive. So we have to look into that direction. We need to check what exactly do we need to do in terms of control. Droughts will be coming. They've alerted us that we have to expect more floods. And where you have floods, you are bound to have all sorts of vectors. And the vectors, they carry a lot of zoonotics. So they are the transmitters. So what are we doing in terms of this? Dr. Oladejo that asked the question. Dr. Oladejo, on the question of the impact of the climate change, my brother put it back to you that you're supposed to invite experts together. Then you need fund so that we talk around all these, and it's not just a one-man show. All the experts that are here, we need to gather together and talk around it. If you're looking at the influx of wild animals, many people carry wild animals. They don't know how they came about them. Many of them are sick. And they are being trapped because the climate has chased them out of their abode. And to many of us that are lovers of bush meat and so on, we run at these and we eat, and many a times we come down with all sorts of things. So we need to inform our people about all this. They are due to the impact of the climate changes. And then, of course, we need to come together as experts to access grants. Like our brother over there mentioned, there are a lot of funds available, all in the name of climate change. There are a lot of funds. And like they said, we have to put our proposals together, and not just ordinary proposals. They must be cutting-edge proposals that the reviewers will look through it and give us whatever we are asking for. And we need to show them that we are ready to do meaningful work and that we are experts in the area. And without wasting your time, I think we need to appreciate Dr. Adejuna once again for this presentation. While we be rounding up this session, maybe Professor Bassi will come maybe later tomorrow or later in the day. So thank you once again for your attention. Before we finally wrap it up, the LOC has made a token to appreciate Dr. Adejuwon's presentation. To do the presentation of this token, may I invite my Oga, Professor EPiSON.
to help us present. Mr. Adejuma, please. Dr. Adejuma.
No, I mean for today. Yes, sir. I mean the last award for today.
No, we have more.
Okay. Okay. I was thinking that this is the last presentation. So a patient dog in Nigeria eats no bone. But in your own case, the patient dog eats the fattest bone. So this is the fattest bone for today. On behalf of EPiSON, I present to you Dr. Samuel Adeyewon, our guest speaker on the effect of climate change in Nigeria, presented at EPiSON Conference 2024, conference in Abuja. Beautiful presentation. You could see that by the number of questions that were raised, everybody was very, very interested. Everybody was alert. Nobody was sleeping at all. Thank you so much for a beautiful presentation.
Lawal.
Come. See this. John and Steve. By them. Let me see the program. Okay, that's no. One minute. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Good evening, everyone. We'll quickly go to the last session of the day, and the chairman of the session is Professor Ekanem. Please, Professor Ekanem, can you come up to the high table? And the presenter for this session is NCDC, the representative of the DG of NCDC, Dr. John Aladejo. Please come up. They will take us through on disease surveillance, epidemic preparedness and response, prospects and challenges, and also antimicrobial resistance. They've been doing work for quite a while now. So Dr. Aladejo, can you welcome Dr. Aladejo, please?
I can see Dr. Ridwan.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Austin. The NCDC team, we have two other colleagues that are going to present along with me. Mr. Rav Yashe, please come up, and Dr. Redwan. So, Mr. Yashe will make a brief presentation on disease surveillance, while Dr. Redwan will give us overview on the antibiotics. Yes. Why I will I will make a presentation on on preparedness and response, then some of the challenges and some of the work we have done so far on health preparedness and response in NCDC. So I will hand over to the chairman now.
It's a great privilege for me to chair this very important session. Very important in the sense that we all recognize the importance of disease surveillance. We all recognize the importance of epidemic preparedness and response. It is not a new subject. For me, sometimes I feel somehow depressed when we talk about disease surveillance in the country, when we talk about epidemic preparedness and response. Way back in the 90s, there was a committee that was set up by the then Minister of Health that there should be a unified system of disease surveillance in the country. That committee was chaired by Professor A.B.O.O. Oyediro of the Department of Preventive Medicine, Preventive and Social Medicine in Ibadan. In that committee, we had Professor Tomori. We also had late Professor Lausa. I was also a member of that committee. The chief consultant epidemiologist at that time was Dr. Mrs. Ashagba. The outcome of that committee, the work of that committee was that eventually we came out with a blueprint of disease surveillance in the country. And we had a booklet at that time, which was used to train epidemiologists and disease surveillance officers all over the country. So a few years later, disease surveillance was really on the increase. Activities of disease surveillance was on the increase. But some years later, we don't know exactly what happened in the ministry. Also between 2006 and 2007, when there was an outbreak of avian influenza, the Federal Ministry of Health, in collaboration with other agencies, produced a document. It was not just a booklet, it was a document that was adopted by many agencies on epidemic preparedness and response. But to my biggest surprise, when we had another outbreak of COVID-19, the country was running to and fro looking for a document on disease preparedness and response, as though nothing like that never existed. So I would be very much interested to hear from NCDC the state of disease surveillance in the country right now and the state of epidemic preparedness and response. How we have fared, how we are doing right now, and what's the roadmap for the future. Over to you, my doctor.
Thank you very much, sir. So we have Dr. Yashe here, who is the Chief Disease Surveillance Officer of the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, who will now take us through the disease surveillance aspects. And we have Dr. Ridwan, who will take us through AMR overview. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Okay, my name is Yashir Mandiati Usman. I work with Nigeria Center for Disease Control as the head of event-based surveillance and community-based surveillance at the Nigeria Center for Disease Control. I think it will be an opportunity for me to speak to this great audience and people that have experience and have been dealing with surveillance over a good time, and for us to learn together. So my presentation will be usual, what you know and what you do every day. So I titled it just the overview of our surveillance system in Nigeria. Next slide, please. I have the control here. So this is going to be my outline. Next. So as we, they will have given me something to work with here. Okay, just to be very frank, and we all know when we talk of surveillance in Nigeria, we are looking at public health surveillance because we are public health officers, and the definition is pretty very clear. We know that it's an ongoing systematic what? Identification, collection, correlation analysis, and interpretation of what? Disease occurrence and public health what? Event data to take timely and robust what? Action. What is important here is the timely and that robust action is very important. And in as long as we are concerned, this may not be enough if we did not what? Disseminate those results that we use for effective and what? That appropriate action. That is very important. This is essential because this information will be used for planning, implementation, and what? Evaluation of what? Public health approach. Next slide, please. So just to cut across to say we have different approach to surveillance. The first thing we all know, we say passive surveillance. I will not speak much on this because we know passive means that what? We receive report from what? The usual way of getting our report from headquarters institution, either weekly, daily, or whatever the case is. Next slide, please. And the second one will be what? The active surveillance is when we go out of our normal routine, going looking for the cases where they are either within the community or in the health facility with the aim of trying to identify, curtail, and ensure that we mitigate what is happening. And next. Wow. Okay, just to ensure that we will effectively carry out these approaches of surveillance, we need a what? A system that will help us to ensure that we were able to detect on time and respond to them. And based on that, we have two types of surveillance, public health surveillance, which we know they are the indicator-based surveillance and the event-based surveillance. The indicators means we have an agreed upon indicators that we will use to track the progress in time of how those reports are generating using the health facility indicator-based reporting vis-a-vis laboratory surveillance and many of them. And usually in indicator-based surveillance, we know that they are structured, meaning that there are forms that will collect this information regularly at all time at frequency that it is agreed upon. So that is what indicator-based surveillance is all about. The event-based surveillance, as we all know, it is one of the new and effective way of trying to get information, basically through using the unstructured word and artwork word information collecting of guiding information, especially that are for public health risks to us as people. This event-based surveillance is one of the evolving and the one that we've even elaborated in our IDSR technical guideline, the third edition that is ongoing. We speak more on them. This is just to be brief. Next slide. So just to bring us back, I don't want to take us back to the history of Nigeria. Disease surveillance started in Nigeria in 1988. We are all aware of it with so many vertical reporting systems, no uniform form, with a lot of challenges. Then it came to a time that we all agreed that, oh, there is need for us to have a uniform and an agreeable way of collecting this information, irrespective of wherever it is within the location of Nigeria. And at that time, we were able to come up with what? Agree priority list, then that covers over 22 priority diseases, out of which 10 are what? Epidemic prone diseases. And there was also an assessment that was carried out in 2001 that have identified some gaps in the existing surveillance system in Nigeria. Then one of them is that there are no what? Coordination, or the laboratory were not carried along. They were standing individually. There are a lot of vertical reporting system that has weakened the dense system. So the need for us to come up with a system that will look at this and bring them together then came to bear. Next slide. So now that brings us to our IDSR. Everybody, as we talk of surveillance, IDSR is something that's very key to us, and we say it is a strategy, not just for us as a country. It was adopted by the WHO Afro country member state in 1998, and Nigeria is a signatory to this. What does this intend to achieve? It intends to ensure that what? There is what? Improved ability of all level of the health system to be able to detect, respond to disease and what? Hazard that are of what? High level of death, illness, and disability across all levels, starting from the community to the local government, to the state and whatever, and then we provide this information that are reliable and that will be used for prompt action at the end of the day. Next slide. Next. So just to say, there are key principles of IDSR. One good thing about IDSR is speak about integration. That is where it is what? Integrated disease surveillance. Meaning that what? We make sure we harmonize different methods, softwares, data collection from standard case definition and all of them together to avoid what? Inconsistency, so that the form that we use in whatever part of the country will still be the same form. And by doing that, we'll be able to what? Prevent disease and control program among stakeholders. The next key important point is coordination. Coordination is key for us to be able to work together effectively using the little resources we have and the little resources in terms of human and financial resources to ensure that we achieve that which we need to achieve within the shortest possible time. Next slide. So just to say, the IDSR in Nigeria has gone through a lot of stage evaluation of IDSR. We started, as I said earlier, after the review, the assessment of the disease surveillance and notification in Nigeria in 2001. We agreed, came up with the first version of our IDSR technical guideline that's focused on what the epidemic prone diseases targeted for what? Elimination and eradication. In 2010, we also reviewed the IDSR technical guideline, which is the second edition that focus with emphasis on non-communicable disease, public health emergencies of international concern, which IHR. Next slide. The next one is the IDSR third edition that we are currently working on, which was done in 2018 in Nigeria, 2019 specifically. Apart from what we have, there are new areas that was added and other areas that were more elaborated. The new area that were added are things like disease, disaster risk management, cross-border surveillance, and point of entry surveillance. We talk of risk communication and electronics reporting, which now in Nigeria is SOMAS. And then other area that we are more elaborated is the event-based surveillance that we are currently deploying to virtually all the states in Nigeria. And the new area that we're involving to ensure that we involve the community is the community-based surveillance that give ownership to the community for them to be part of the surveillance system. And one of the one that is key and which this event is all about is the One Health approach. We have come to agree and identify that it is important for us to work together as a colleague within the One Health to ensure that we have this. So there are so many advantages of IDSR. I'm not going to read this because this is not where we need to talk about as a student to come and write the exam. Next slide. Just continue. A lot of advantages of IDSR. Next. So just to say that it is important for us to know that when we speak of surveillance, one of the things that is so key to us is IDSR and IHR. We implement IHR through what? IDSR. One will ask, what is the relationship between these two? We know that IDSR is a strategy that strengthens surveillance, laboratory, and what? Response capacity at each level of the health system. Whereby IHR is what? A requirement for meeting what? The core surveillance and response capacity. So how did these two people work together to achieve what we need to do? It means that IDSR is the vehicle for IHR, whereby IHR is the driving force for IDSR. This is very important. They complement each other, and we must carry this at the back of our mind. Next slide. So this is just to tell you that in Nigeria, we have established the data flow of surveillance data in Nigeria. Usually we said it starts from the community. If you can see, the community here is ash, showing that what? The community surveillance is not yet effective. It is what we are working to ensure that it works. And then it comes to the health facility, the community fit into the health facilities, and the health facility report to the local government DSN, or that is disease notification officer, that shares that result or report with the state and sends samples to the lab. And then the state shares with NCDC, and also NCDC shares among the nationals and other stakeholders like WHO, primary healthcare, national health information management system, and many of them that maybe may not be mentioned here. But the good thing about this, even as you are reporting, there is also a feedback that goes back to where the report is coming from. And that is one of the things that we need to sustain and encourage going forward. Next slide. So when we say we have a reporting data flow, it means that we have tools or instrument that we use in collecting this data from all over the country. So these are the reporting tools that we have in Nigeria so far. We have the IDSR 0018 that we all know, which is the case-based reporting form. And we have the 002, the laboratory form, the 300, IDSR 001B is the laboratory form, 1C is the line list, 002 is our routine weekly, 003 is our routine monthly, while the summers is what we use for case reporting, case-based reporting now, that takes the patient information and immediate case reporting. And then we have the summers that take the aggregate, which is mainly the IDSR 002. Next slide. Power off. So it's important for us to know that this data, they have a way that they know the frequency and when they are supposed to report. This is just showing the flow chart in time of number of days and what it takes to report. Next slide. Next, this for 003. So in all this, what has been our challenge in disease surveillance? Surveillance in Nigeria has come to a point where we rely on it for virtually everything. And when we talk of disease surveillance, we are talking of both the indicator-based and event-based surveillance. But one of our biggest challenges as a country is reporting. What is wrong with our reporting? One is underreporting. Because they think the diseases are there, but they are not properly captured or reported. So it makes us feel as if nothing is happening. I think everything is working normal. But if you go back to the system and back to the community, you will discover that it's just a 1 out of 10 that goes even to the health facility that will rely mostly for our report. Meaning that the rest of the 9 may still be within the community and nothing is speaking. That is why community-based surveillance need to come to take bear so that we'll be able to capture all these things. Another problem with reporting is in terms of incomplete report, especially from the lower level. Don't forget that in reporting or in surveillance, generally, we don't report at the national or at the state level. The people that report are usually people at the health facilities where they are the permanent source of the information. But you will agree with me that even when you go and see the data, they may not be complete. You'll be asking for the sex, for the age. You will see somebody will write in adult, not age, you understand? Somebody will be saying child. So it becomes very difficult for us even to pick those information to come up with analysis, because we know that there are some diseases that what? Age dependent. So it's important for us to come up with this. Another thing that we attribute in time of reporting is lead reporting. People have the report, but they report it when they want to report it, especially in this area of politics, whereas people will be afraid of what to say until they get permission before they pass the information. So it becomes even belated when you see the report. When you see the report, what you are saying, you are counting debt. There is nothing you can do again. This is a very, very big challenge and huge for us, despite the paucity of data that we used to have, even from what we have, knowing that we have a lot of data that are within the community that we don't even have access to have them. Another issue we have is in time of data quality issue. The data that are coming, their quality is in question, especially when you want to do research and a lot of things. You discover that what you need to answer the question that you are thinking of, you may not have them. Even when you have them, the quality is in question that you cannot beat your chest to say, oh, this, I can rely on this. And another big issue we have is in time of weak supportive supervision and feedback. These people at the lower level, it is expected that we are supposed to visit them at each level. But you can go to me and you will agree with me with the system we run in the country. Most of the system, the lowest level of the government is not working. The local government DSO does not have even salary, talk less of getting money to go and supervise a health facility that is supposed to go. So whenever there are no support from partners and other things, it becomes very difficult for him to do that. And this is important because on-the-job training is one of the best ways we can improve our surveillance system, because we believe in, in Nigeria, we don't read books. That's just the truth. What we know how to do is what we do it on daily basis. So this is lacking. And then there is no feedback. There is also weak community involvement and participation. That is why I said NCDC in their quest have tried to implement the community-based surveillance, which we are piloting in 3 states, and then we have 12 states and in batches now to ensure that the community is more important. This is key because during COVID-19, you can agree with me that there are a lot of challenge from the community, from the people within the country saying that there is nothing like COVID-19. That the Nigerian health system are just manufacturing information, that it is malaria. But now, if the community are aware and they are the one reporting, being part of it, it will build their trust, and then they will become the part of a system and they have value. That we from the health sector, we don't create figures. It is what we get rightly from the health facility and the community. The next one is network and internet challenge. They say the world is a global village, but it's unfortunately for us in Nigeria, we may not be mature for that now. Power alone is a challenge. And all this, our internet, it depends on some of these things. Even if you have the money, the internet, even to charge that apparatus or equipment that you used to report to, you may not have light to do it. So this has also been a very big challenge. Then the next one is inadequate human resources for health. Inadequate in the sense that we have attrition. Even the people that are already in the health system, the knowledge and understanding of surveillance is suboptimal. You will agree with me that maybe as most of us medical students, even through our graduates, maybe the only way we begin to do more about public health surveillance is when you come into the field of practice. If you go back to most of our book, like in training to be incorporated right from the institution so that we practice this thing and come up with a problem. Somebody will tell you that he's just seeing this one for the very first time. So this is one of the challenges we have. And then the next one is what? We have weak linkage between what? The One Health reporting system or tools. This is very important. Now we say we are talking about One Health. All these people within the One Health have their reporting system. If you go to Agri, they have NADIS. If you come to NCDC, they have SOMAS. If you go to Environment, they have INES. But these systems are sitting somewhere independently without speaking to one another. So how do we begin to notice or see what is happening, even when they have issues that has to do with human? That is the area we need to work. How do we come to achieve this? That's what we are doing as next step. One of this process is here to see how we strengthen electronic reporting of diseases in Nigeria, which is SOMAS. We are currently optimizing to ensure that we enlarge the cost. Now we are deploying to secondary and tertiary health facilities in Nigeria so that most of our report now will come near real time. The next thing is for us to improve the quality of our data through training, provision of tools, and accountability. In this aspect, we've been able to roll out the EPiSON training, the IDSR training, and a host of training that we are doing, even the rapid response training for most of our participants across all levels. Then we are talking of adequate and regular supply of reporting tools. Unfortunately, by the time we print and give to the state distribute, the state did not print. If they have scarcity, they still look back to NCDC or the national to provide it. And then we need to have a regular supporting supervision for all surveillance activities. No matter how good and efficient a person is, supportive supervision is key to boost the morale of that person, to give that person that assurance that what he's doing is appreciated somewhere by somebody. And that is very important, which we want to sustain. And we need to improve our communication equipment for prompt reporting, because that is one of the problems we have. And then we need to strengthen what? The linkage between all the reporting system among the One Health system that we have in the next country. Next. So I will end by saying that surveillance is a backbone of disease control in any country or in any society. So for you to be a good surveillance officer, then you need some basic ingredients. And some of these ingredients are what? Good network of motivated people. Thank God for this opportunity, because the people we have here, you know what you are doing. You'll be motivated. And we are sure that as you go back to the system, you will give back to what you have learned as an individual. Then we also must have a clear case definition and what? Reporting mechanism. Where do we report to? Who do we report to? We need what? Efficient communication system. We need a basic but sound what? Epidemiological what? Knowledge. And then we need laboratory support and feedback, and rapid response will be key. Because after identifying and reporting, investigation, what do we do next? And this I will hand over to my colleagues to come and take off from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my friend, for the wonderful presentation. My concern with your presentation, maybe I should wait till we finish. Because the challenges listed have remained the same since time immemorial, except the issue of internet. But all the other challenges have been challenges that have been identified many years ago. So if we keep on identifying the same challenges without, strategies to address these challenges, that means we are not making significant progress. How I wish you were able to show us, okay, in the last 3 months, on the last 6 months, that has been our experience. Okay, so maybe let me wait till I hear from the Oga on top. Dr. John Oladijo.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much. I just want to quickly show to us what we have been doing in health emergency preparedness and response for this 11th EPiSON conference and AGM. Next. Next slide. So this will be the outline of my presentation. Next. We all know that Nigeria is a giant of Africa with a population of about 200 million and with the annual population of 2.6%. With all this disease outbreak, as the Prof had just mentioned, it has been there since 1969. Lassa fever, cholera has been there before I was born. The monkeypox, 1971, And then since then, we were all resting until 2017, when it now raised the ugly head again. And we have been battling with it, not only in Nigeria, but almost Europe and America. Then the low expenditure on health, and I would have explained what the concern of Professor Kanem, because there's always low expenditure on health. Compare the percentage of GDP, then there is multiple competing priorities for governments. Government will tell you that health is not bringing anything. So why should I put so much money on health and I will not get anything back? Like NNPC, they put about 100 million, they can get 1 billion. But in health, they're not getting anything. So why are you disturbing me? Next. So this is how, because I would like to tell us how NCDC came into being. It was a priority project of federal government of the Federal Ministry of Health, which was signed by Permanent Secretary in 2011. And I'm happy to inform you that the person that talked about disease surveillance and myself were the first set that started the NCDC in 2011. But it was not signed into law by President Mahmoud Buhari until 2018. And is prepared and responded to COVID-19 pandemic. All of you will have seen me on television and radio telling you what you are expected to do if you have a running nose. And in 2020 to 2022, we have had concurrent outbreak of diseases that at a particular point in time, we were thinking that we really besieged with different, because we will have about 5 or 6 different outbreaks at the same time. So we have to give priority to COVID-19. Next. So this is our vision and mission. Everybody knows that. Next. And these are our core mandates. So one of it was the disease surveillance, which was just presented. Our major aim is to prevent, detect, and control spread of communicable diseases. Government has been spending money on control of the communicable diseases, but we have not really looked at prevention. And that was the reason why we are still having all the diseases up to now. If we have actually looked at prevention and we make sure that we don't have the disease, then everybody will be at rest. So coordination of surveillance system is one of our mandates. Then supporting the states for small outbreak, as well as conduct public health research to inform policy and coordinate compliance with international health regulation, which as I have just mentioned. Next. So this is our organogram. You can see Director General, the Health Emergency Preparedness and Response. That was my my department 3 weeks ago before I was posted to the Office of the Director General. Then Surveillance and Epidemiology, Public Health Laboratory, National Support, Finance and Accounts, Planning, Research and Statistics, and Administration. So we are just 500, and we are looking after 200 million Nigerians. Is it not too little, or just a drop in an ocean? 500 staff. How do you compare that? Next. So these are the major epidemic-prone diseases we are actually facing in Nigeria: avian influenza, CSM, cholera, COVID-19, diphtheria, Ebola, influenza, Lassa fever, Marburg, measles, monkeypox, rubella, and yellow fever. Almost every year is recall. Next. And so for our home preparedness and response, most of the time we had meeting every 3 o'clock in our EOC in NCDC to really look at what are the signals we receive for that particular day through SOMAS and sit-aware and other internet devices. So we now categorize which one is very, very important that we need to attend to, and then we send it to the DG for its approval, and then we quickly go ahead to do that. And that has really made it possible for us to have a very low incidence of CSM in the last couple of years now, because we always monitor what is actually going on, right from the community to the federal level. Then for diagnostic services, initially when we had COVID-19, we were privileged to have one of our renowned biology here in Nigeria who was able to say this is COVID-19. Even when Europeans and the Americans, they don't even believe us, but we believe in him, and he was able to prove it to them. So suddenly they now started asking us, how do you do it? Please come and teach us. So I give kudos to Professor Milabu for that. Please, a round of applause for my Egbon. Okay, so we now have disease risk communication, as well as disease surveillance analysis, where Mr. Yache actually works. The infection prevention and control, as well as disease response logistics, we always preposition because we have what we call seasonal calendar for all these diseases. So we can forecast when we are going to have the next cholera. So 3 months before that time, we always send advisory notes to the states and to all the stakeholders. We always have meetings with them. Then we preposition drugs and other medical commodities to those states so that immediately they are having a case, they know exactly what to do. But most of the time, they don't do it. Next. Okay, so for infectious disease prevention and response, we have reference laboratory campuses both in Abuja and Lagos. That of Lagos was established before I was born, but the rest of Abuja was recently established, and we have a network of molecular laboratory during the pandemic. I think the only laboratory we had that time during pandemic, when the pandemic started, was that laboratory in Lagos in College of Medicine, University of Lagos. That is Professor Minabu's lab. Then we just have to wake up and then start, establishing molecular laboratories all over the country. And I was the IM that time, so we always have a rapport. So within a very short period of time, we were able to have about at least 140 molecular laboratory, but not all of them are from federal government. We have privates, and then we have some corporate organizations that, but we coordinate all these activities, and we're able to get reports every day, which the honorable minister always announce at 9 o'clock news on NTA to know exactly the status. Then we equally grow workforce. When we started in 2011, we were less than 100. But we want to tell you now that by 2021, we are 500. But we are now 405 because most of the workforce we had, they have JAPA. Some of them are now in America. Most of them are now in African CDC. Because of what? Because the allowances and salary they are getting there is about 10 times what federal government is giving them. And all efforts to convince government that you spend more than $1 million on one person to get field epidemiology certificates, to become a field epidemiologist. Why can't you pay that person very well instead of losing the person? But government prefer to lose them than train them and lose them than giving them what they're supposed to get. Maybe anytime from now, I will call it JAPA. Nobody knows. So we equally had corporate communication where we talk to the media, we train the media. In fact, we now have a special training now. We call it epidemic intelligence for media practitioners. So it's just a fellowship. So we just started that one last year. The first set graduated about 2 weeks ago, and then we have inaugurated another one, so that so that the media can have rapport with us, and they'll be able to disseminate the information to the community, to the state, to the community on what is actually happening at that particular point in time. So we equally have a treatment center. There's some specialized There's some pathogens that are highly contagious and they cannot be treated in any hospital. So we have some specialized hospital in about 16 states. We have in Abuja here, we have in Ibadan, but we still need to have it in all the 36 states of the Federation. We are still working on that. Then national stockpile is one of the area where we had our preparedness in place. Then establishment of infection prevention and control really helped us during COVID-19. We were able to train more than 40,000 people within a very short period of time who are mounted in all the treatment centers, so that health workers will not be so much infected. Then establishment of antimicrobial resistance. I have my colleague here, Dr. Ridwan. He will talk briefly on that. Then digitalization of national infectious disease surveillance system. I think Mr. Yashi just mentioned it, which is a SOMAS. It's an electronic means or device of collecting data. You know, most of the time during Professor Ekanem's time, 1988, they always used different type of paper, and that one takes a lot of time. In fact, before paper, the documents will leave a community to get to us, those people in that area will have died, and those ones that will have survived will survive, because it takes about 2-3 months before it gets to us. But now, in the evening, I have a dashboard in my office where I will be able to know how many cases of cholera do we have that particular day, and how many of dengue fever. So I will be able to say, okay, as Director of Health Emergency, this is what we're supposed to do, and send people to the field if there's need. In fact, we used to have funding that's given to us by Resolve to Save Life, but we don't have it again. Anytime there's any outbreak, if we determine that this one is an outbreak and we need to get there within 24 hours, we'll be able to go, because Resolve to Save Life, we say, okay, how much do we need to go? But now we don't have it again. And then this forum should be able to help us advocate for it, so that we will not be waiting endlessly for our rapid response team to go to the states. If without money, because when you get to the states will not even give you 1 naira. They will be thinking that you're even bringing money to them. So if they don't have allowances to go to the states, they will really suffer there, which is very wrong. Next. So we equally look at globalization and infectious disease spread using IHR 2005. I think Mr. Yachi has mentioned that. Next. So this is our journey since NCDC started operating in 2011. The first thing we did was 2014, Ebola. And in 2016, there was a polio reemergence. In 2017, we had a little bit of meningitis and monkeypox. Not a little bit. There was atypical meningitis. I still remember I was the IM for that, where a lot of people died in Zamfara State, and we had to go to Zamfara State. In fact, including the Director General, everybody. We just have to get an epicenter there. And with the assistance of our partners who actually supported us financially, we were able to contain it within a very short period of time. Then we had Lassa fever in 2019, and COVID-19 in 2020. Then cholera 2021, very large outbreak. And then in 2022, we have been having Lassa fever, measles, and even monkeypox. Then 2023, meningitis, cholera, and diphtheria. And in 2024, we still have diphtheria, but meningitis is on the increase. Next. This is just to tell us about diphtheria outbreak in 2022 to 2023. So we can discuss this. What would have been the cause? Because diphtheria should be taken when you are young, and why are our children coming down with diphtheria now? And what will be the drivers behind it? I think it's a thing that we can discuss next. Then in 2018, we actually developed what we call the National Multi-Hazard Emergency Preparedness and Response Plan. And in 2020, we got some fund to train all the states so that they can actually develop their own. So they've all developed, but up to now, they have not been making use of it. I think this document is now outdated. We need to review it again and then make it work. As some of our colleagues from the state are here, so there's need for us to write a concept note for our bosses that this should be developed if we don't have it, or if you have it, we need to review. So if you need our support, you need to write us because we can't be doing this thing for all the states. Next. So I just want us to note about the cases. So I'm using COVID-19 in Nigeria. As at 29th of September 2023, we have 267,146 confirmed cases with 3,155 deaths and 36% states. But globally, the overall cases was 632 million, and the life lost was 6 million. You know, we have destroyed livelihood of hundreds of millions, you know, fractured societies and broken essence of normal life. Some people, you know, were mentally erased, you know, some were depressed during that period. But we're just thanking God that in Nigeria, although we lost 3,500 compared with 200 million people, so we still have to thank God for that. Next. So during the period, what really saved us in this was that we have leadership and coordination of the COVID-19 response. We have a presidential task force, and then we have Federal Ministry of Health, and NCDC is the implementation, is the implementing organization that really coordinates all these activities, from surveillance, point of entry, laboratory, case management, risk communication, logistics research, and infection prevention and control. And we all attest to it because most of the people here in this auditorium, they were part of this team that ensured that we were able to eradicate or intervene on COVID-19 response. Next. So this was my former department, and this is what we do. We develop, we deploy rapid response team, and then we establish public health emergency operation center when there's any outbreak. If it is a very small outbreak, we limit it to the states. But when we're not having 2, 3 states being involved, then we have to activate at the national level. You will recall that we had a outbreak of a heavy metal poisoning in Sokoto. So initially it was only 2 local governments. So we deployed our rapid response team there. Then after some time, you know, it's escalated to other local government. But as we speak now, we now have it in Zamfara. And it's really, so we have to activate AOC. In fact, they had a meeting today. And if you are interested, we can give you a link. Anytime we want to have our AOC meeting, we'll send a mail to you so that you can link up with us on Zoom. So we manage national stockpile too. That is medical countermeasures. We have a very big, 2 big warehouses in Abuja where we distribute all these commodities. Ever before, because we always have our seasonal calendar, and with this, we are able to forecast on what is happening. Next. So for our laboratory, the National Reference Laboratory in Gadua was established in 2017, and that of a Central Public Health Laboratory was 1937. And this is the only professors that were born that time. Most of us were not born. So the 2 laboratories, they have actually attained 5-star rating, which is based on WHO accreditation, which was done some few weeks back, year back. Then we have the laboratory network for cholera, for COVID-19, CSM, monkeypox, Lassa fever, where we gather all the necessary information and we use those information for action. That is the data we are talking about. So Prof would have seen that we have actually moved from 1988 to the present 2024 with a progression in the number of achievements we have made so far. Next. So this is the surveillance and highly warning. I was saying the other time when they are discussing about climate change, we have what we call climate forecasts. Then we have epidemiological surveillance. We have environmental observations. We have animal and warhead warning surveillance. You know, in Sokoto, we realized that some of their animals too, they were having high threshold of arsenic, chromium, and cadmium because they were eating what human beings were eating. So you can just imagine, and some of these animals were just dying like that. So this is as a result of the fact that we need to step up our environmental epidemiology. So the risk vulnerability, then public communication. One thing is that you don't tell public what it is not. You have to be, you must ensure that they trust you. When we have 300 cases, tell them 300 cases, how many deaths? 300 deaths. It's better you tell them the truth. And that's the reason why the whole of Nigeria during COVID-19, the only organization they were talking about is NCDC. Oh, NCDC, we have this problem, NCDC, we have that problem, because we always tell them the truth and we do our things with scientific evidence. In fact, we have a lot of researches during the COVID-19, a lot of services rendered even within and outside the West African states. Next. So for the disease surveillance, Professor Cannon will agree with me that we have actually strengthened surveillance system to detect so many infectious diseases. Okay, I was told to summarize, but I really want to show to Professor Cannon that we have moved from 1988 to the present 2024, where we are now using internet to be able to know what is happening in your room, whether you are actually observing your hygiene or not. So I think I have to go down now. Next. Let me just summarize. Then next. So let me quickly talk about joint external evaluation. You know, in 2017, we did joint external evaluation where we were just 39%. But I want to tell you that when we did it last year, we have moved from 39% to 54%. I thought somebody will congratulate us. It is not easy. Even to get 1%, you have to spend millions of naira. So for us to get to 54%, I think we can tell ourselves that we have done a good job. Not NCDC, but the whole of the health sector, because it is a joint work, not just only one person. Next. Yes, next. So this is just the summary of what I've just said from 2017 to 2023, from 39% to 54%. And we have different thematic area where we are not really doing well was to prevent. And this is the job of everybody. As we are sitting here, we need to inculcate the knowledge and idea of prevention. In detection, we are doing very well, 58%. In the response, 51, and the IHR related hazard, 63. Next. So this is our achievement. I cannot be talking about it again because the LOC chairman said I should summarize. Next. So for those achievements, these are best practice. You know, we establish, implement, and maintain an effective pandemic plan that is effective at all times. In fact, we've just submitted a pandemic fund application just of recent. Develop and implement a system to communicate with colleagues regarding risk. You know, we health workers, we don't do that. And it's very, very important. That is the best practice we are doing. Access and risk, the dealership and partnership. Next. So what are the lessons learned? Risks cannot be entirely eliminated from system, but rather must be constantly managed. Then focus should be placed on comprehensive risk management strategies that enable managing future risks through a process of interactive learning and adaptation. Next. So this is the components of multi-hazard. We have it on our website, www.ncdc.gov.ng. Next. This is World Health Response to Emergency. Dr. Shaki mentioned this during his presentation. Next. This is the risk assessment profile I was talking about. You know, the emergency and disaster risk calendar. So you can really know when you are expected to have cholera outbreak, Lassa fever outbreak, and be able to prepare for it. I think we should be talking about prevention now. And I will really be happy if the communique chairman notes that we should have a place where we talk about prevention to be able to advise the government on it. Because if we prevent all these diseases, nobody will be sick again, and we all live a healthy life. Next. So this is the molecular laboratory of Professor Omilabu. Next. Yeah, this is the emergency preparedness and response. ICC, we call it ICC, that is Incident Coordinating Center. Before 2020, that is before COVID-19, we had less than 29, but thereafter, we have about 37. We will have had 37 over 37, but Jigawa State, is anybody from Jigawa here? We have been telling them to give us a building where we can equip for them. Do you know that up to now, even my former DG went there, up to now they didn't do anything. Next. I told you that training of health workers was very paramount to us. For IPC, 40,000 people were trained physically and 6,000 online. Next. So we have been contributing to R&D. I'm about to start. I mean to stop. Okay. So just be going if there's any need for me ahead. So partnership and collaboration, yes. Next. So how do we now prepare for the future challenges? So that is where our major thing is. So the first thing is inequitable access to health resources, then poor financing for health, limited resources for disease research, building trust between government and public, and weak coordination. Next. Yeah, building resilience, the role of government. Yes. Next. So this is our priorities. Next. This is our collective role. Next. So in the conclusion, I think LOC chairman will be happy now. I'm on the conclusion. Ensuring health security at all levels of society relies on coordinated multi-sectoral action and investment to build a consolidated emergency preparedness. Very, very key. So when you prepare, you respond more timely and effective, then the human, economic, and social consequences of emergency can be significantly limited. Next. Thank you, and God bless.
I want to thank Dr. John Oladejo for that beautiful presentation. Please let us give him a very big round of applause, even before asking him questions. Our time is fast spent. We're just going to take 2 questions. 1 question on disease surveillance and 1 question on the epidemic preparedness and response. Okay, you have 2 slides. Okay, 2 slides, 2 minutes. Dr. Yahaya will tell us in 2 minutes about antimicrobial resistance.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Ridwan Yahaya. I am the Antimicrobial Resistance Program Manager and the focal point for the country. So I wouldn't want, this is not a good time for us to discuss the future pandemic. When people are very tired, AMR is the global priority. And we all know, and I really want to appreciate the organizers for actually thinking through this and giving us a slot, but I'm not going to take too much time. So please, next slide. So this is just an outline of my presentation. Next slide, please. So the role of NCDC has already been highlighted by the previous presenters, but for AMR, the NCDC is the national coordinating body for antimicrobial resistance response, including surveillance, use, consumption surveillance, and of course, awareness. Next slide. So globally, this is from a Lancet publication in 2019, about 5 million deaths, that were recorded in 2019 suffered from AMR. So it was categorized based on association and attributable death. But disaggregated to Nigeria, about 64,000 deaths were attributable to antimicrobial resistance. And then if you look at the data for the country, it is the commonest cause of death when you compare to other diseases that cause death in the country. And of course, higher than the big three, the HIV, TB, and malaria. So you can imagine, the threat economically, and otherwise, antimicrobial resistance poses to the country. Next slide, please. Yes, so as a country, we actually report surveillance data to GLASS. GLASS means Global Antimicrobial Surveillance System. And we actually deploy a Sentinel surveillance system in the country where we have 9 Sentinel sites and 2 reference laboratories. But unfortunately, with all the support, only 6 of our Sentinel sites have been reporting their surveillance data. And that makes our data not representative, even though we submit to the global system. So this is just to give us a highlight of what we're able to get from those sites. Over 12,000 samples were able to be submitted, and we had 5,000 isolates. And then we identified some of this with some few multi-drug resistance and pan-drug resistant organisms across different organisms. Next slide. So what's the implication of AMR for SDG?
Friend, you said you had 2 slides. I counted 9 already. So one more.
Okay, so I think, do I just go and sit and then discuss at the plenary? Okay, so next slide, please. So as a country, Nigeria also signed the Muscat Declaration. The Honorable Minister of Health was at Oman in 2022 and signed this declaration on behalf of the country. This is to ensure zero use of very critically important antimicrobials in humans that are used in animals. They want to have a zero use of those antibiotics, and then 30 to 50% reduction in the quantity of antimicrobial use in the food and agricultural systems. And for the human health, about 60% of antibiotics that should be used for humans should be within the access group according to the AWARE categorization. So there is a categorization of antimicrobials by WHO, which the country has already added and then incorporated into our essential medicine list. So the next thing to do for us is to incorporate it into the standard treatment guidelines so that all the clinicians are aware of the categorization of antibiotics. So our target before 2030 is that all antibiotics that are being prescribed and used should fall within the access group, which are the first line of antibiotics that should be used by individuals and of course prescribed by clinicians. Next slide. So our approach is multisectoral. As a country, the human health, animal health, and environment come together to respond to antimicrobial resistance in the country. Next slide. So this is just talking about how we started, but I wouldn't want to bore us, but we started by developing an national action plan 1.0 in 2017, implemented through 2022. And then we have already developed the next national action plan about to be launched. Next slide. So this is the governance structure for AMR in the country. NCDC is leading Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Ministry of Environment, and other MDAs and partners. And it is also important to mention that this governance structure for the country has been approved by the National Council on Health last year. Next slide. So this is also talking about the assessment of the first national action plan that was implemented from 2017 to 2022. We hired a consultant who provided us with 44% implementation rate with the scores as you can see. Next slide. Then my boss has already talked about the JEE. AMR is one of the thematic areas, is one of the indicators for the joint external evaluation. Next slide. So this is just the process of National Action Plan Development 2.0. Next slide. So these are the strategic objectives for the second National Action Plan, the AMR leadership and governance. This was lacking in the first National Action Plan, and probably that was why we were not able to implement, we were not able to score more than 44%. We have awareness and education as a strategic objective, surveillance and operational research, IPC, biosecurity, vaccine, and WASH as one, strategic objective, rational use and stewardship, then research and development. So this is also where we also want epidemiologists to actually explore to see how they can support the country in tackling AMR, conducting researches, to find solution to the drivers of antimicrobial resistance. Next slide. Next slide. So for us, for the surveillance, we actually conduct Sentinel surveillance system, as I mentioned. So these are some of the things that we do in terms of supporting the site to be able to generate data. We conduct some trainings, provide funding, and of course, get partnership for the facilities depending on available resources. And then we have what we call AMRIS. AMRIS is Antimicrobial Resistance Information Sharing System. Is a platform that has been developed, is still under development, and the aim for the AMRIS is for it to be able to have data from the human health, animal health, and environment, and get it analyzed for the country, and so that we can visualize the trends and the pattern, the relationship, the linkage between the three sectors. So this is a very good platform that actually we are looking forward to be implementing in the next few months. And of course, because our data is actually not representative, we have started developing the national AMR prevalence survey across the country, because we are doing Sentinel surveillance. And even the Sentinel site that have been selected across the 6 geopolitical zones, only 6 have been consistently reporting data. And 5 out of this site actually from the Southwest. So that cannot be representative of our data. So with this survey, we'll be able to see the trends and the pattern of resistance in the country. Next slide. Next slide. AMRIS already described. So this is just to tell us how many sites in the animal health, environment, and the human health. In the animal health, we have only 1 reference lab and 6 sentinel sites, and only reference lab for the environment sector. Next slide. So we have indicators that we use to assess the country, which we call the core element for the country. And this maybe I will just share the slide after the presentation. Next slide. Next slide. So we have only 52 hospitals in the country across 18 states that are implementing antimicrobial stewardship. Antimicrobial stewardship is a coordinated action to ensure rational use of antimicrobials in the hospital. So only 52 hospitals we have been supporting. So we look forward to be having all tertiary hospitals at least implementing antimicrobial stewardship program to ensure rational use. Next slide. Yes, next slide. This is talking about Nigeria fungal invasive fungal infection surveillance that we have already started. So there is a designated laboratory for that. And we're looking forward to incorporating antifungal resistance surveillance in our antimicrobial resistance surveillance system. Next slide. So this is just the data showing how many samples they were able to collect and how many isolate that have been actually isolated from those invasive infection from fungal resistance surveillance. Next slide. So this is an offline mobile app that has been developed for the country. So this app is very important because access to...
Sorry,
So
I
next
have to
slide.
stop you.
Next slide, please.
Sorry, my friend, I have to stop you.
Okay.
You
All right.
have-
Thank you for listening. I think we
Thank
need
you.
to have another time to
Thank
discuss.
you very
AMR.
much. The young man promised me that he has just 2 slides. So I thought, okay, with 2 slides, if I give him 2 or 3 minutes. So please, LOC. Okay, I'm sure next time we will move to another city, not this place, because we have to move a little bit better with time. If you go to international conferences, you are given a specific amount of time to speak. After that time expires, everything will be shut up, okay? So as important as your presentation is, you have to try as much as possible to limit to time. If you had told me that you had 20 minutes, I could have arranged for that. Okay, so thank you so much for that beautiful presentation. And I'm very, very shocked by the data you're presenting. Very, very shocked. Over 3,000 deaths that can be attributable to antimicrobial resistance. Okay, on that note, I leave the floor open for 3 questions. 1 question on disease surveillance, 1 question on epidemic preparedness and response, and 1 question on antimicrobial resistance.
I want to say thank you to the presenter. My name is Rolayo Emmanuel from Nigerian Institute for Trypanosomiasis Research, Kaduna. I want to ask the first and second presenter, because my question overlaps between surveillance and preparedness. There's been few hotspots of silent sleeping sickness transmission in the Southwest, especially in Oyo State. I'm currently working there because of the high infestation of sassaflies. And the sassaflies they have there are the Glossina papalis that are incriminated in transmission of human African trypanosomiasis. Also in Taraba State, there are pockets of, there are little hotspots, same with Taraba, Benue, Enugu State. And currently in Warri, somebody came down to Warri. She wasn't bitten by sassafly, returned back to the UK and presented trypanosomiasis. That shows that it could be sexually transmitted. And even in some children, we have seen congenital transmission to children. I don't know what NCDC is doing about it, because on all the diseases mentioned, I didn't hear anything about sleeping sickness. And if I may put this across, the current study we are undertaking in Oyo State, Ido local government, it's a Siwaju and Kajola local government, we had 40.28 prevalence of asymptomatic human African trypanosomiasis. This is a big risk because we don't see them sleeping. They only have few febrile episodes, headaches, and maybe the chancre on them. And that makes it very easy for the parasite to persist in the environment because it is silently transmitted sexually, congenitally, and even with the presence of sassaflies in the area. So animals were found to have the Trypanosoma brucei-gambiaceae. The sassaflies were infected. Humans were infected. How do we put such report across? Because I'm just seeing for the first time the need to put a report across to NCDC on such findings. How do we put this type of findings across to NCDC? Are there portals for collecting such information, or we have to put up a memo to make this report? And on NCDC part, what are you doing about sleeping sickness? It is neglected. And even in the discussion today, I can see that sleeping sickness is actually a neglected tropical disease, even in EPiSON. Thank you.
Hello. Once again, my name is Dr. Adijobi Adeloye. I represent Novadoc Amber Patient Transfer Incorporated in Canada and North America. I would like to ask, bring to notice an observation that I that came up with the PEPFAR labs. You know, there was the earliest mentioned something about some nice labs that are obviously being placed in different parts of the country. What we found out on a private research and study was that the same labs what kept contributing to a high rate of stigmatization, where everybody now knows that when you're going to that nice lab, it's either HIV, TB, or COVID. And if you're going to the regular lab, well, it's for every other person. What are you doing? What is NCDC doing to cater for possible stigmatization? Because once you have stigmatization, you're going to have an increase in non-adherence to the medication or the intervention that you're trying to put across. In rural areas of the country, what opportunities do you have to collaborate? We're running a pilot, which we tried, obviously, in partnering with different levels of the government at an earlier time, about 10 years ago. And we're still looking towards and hopeful that we're able to partner in providing patient care, patient transport, non-emergency patient transport that would help in bringing samples. Samples, somebody mentioned trypanosomiasis, samples for TB, samples for anything from the rural sectors to the facilities that you have mostly in the urban sector, urban areas, or within the rural primary care centers. In what way are you planning to collaborate with investors or private stakeholders to make this happen? Then the last is on response, where it's still on collaboration or possible collaboration to help in transporting patients that would need to have access. One of the major things causing all this mortality, maternal mortality, name it, is access to care. And access to care starts with, say, oh, I don't have money to go to the healthcare sector, but there are private individuals that are willing to transport them. How are you collaborating with these private bodies? Thank you.
Last question.
My question goes to the last presenter. I'm Abubakar Mohammed Abdul from Kwara State Ministry of Health. Concerning the AMR, I want to ask, what are the pathogens of interest that you expose to the antimicrobial agent? One. Secondly, and what class or type of antimicrobial agent do you subject these pathogens to determine their susceptibility or resistance? Thank you.
Is it a burning question? Okay, we'll take one more. That's the last.
Okay, sorry, I'm Dr. Noai Clementina. I'm one of the LOC member. So I just want to add a question to what he had for the last presenter on AMR. All your presentations centered on few tertiary hospitals. I don't know about all these patent medicine store, even professors here. Everyone just go to any patent medicine store or even pharmacy and ask for antibiotics. So I just want to know what is NCDC doing, because we have a lot of non-regulation, and all these places, they don't even care. Once they have the drug, they sell, not minding the quality, the quantity, everything. And especially the rurals, they already know they mix anti-malaria with antibiotics, and also as other drugs to eat, pain relievers and the rest, and they give all of them at once. Thank you.
Okay, that's it.
Okay. Thank you for
Thank you for the questions. I think I would like to stand. Just to say that maybe I will respond to you and then maybe end with the first question Prof asked me after my presentation immediately. So just to say that, Madam, I think what we are hearing from you to us is something very interesting, and we'll be looking forward to have your report. I will want to say it clearly that Nigeria has 45 priority diseases that we are looking for, and sleeping sickness is one of it. And that is supposed to be reported on weekly basis. We are surprised that if we are not getting that report, then something is wrong. And that is why I will want to add to what Prof is saying, that the challenges remain the same from the inception to now. And I want to say the challenges in surveillance system because of the human effort and other things are there are always similar or true. But the good thing that we've made is that we've made progress. I'm happy that my director have even pointed it out. From our JE score, if you look at dictate, which is where surveillance fall in, we were having 51% as 2017. And in 2023, we have 58. And you will also agree with me that before COVID-19, we were using paper to report in Nigeria. But from 2017, we started using summons to deploy to states where we have outbreak of monkeypox and meningitis. And since then, there has been increase in coverage in time of reporting. And all this we are aimed to ensure that we get this report in real time, especially like what you are saying now. So it will become a concern for us if the cases are there and the people that are supposed to pick, they are not picking, or they are picking and they are not reporting. It becomes very difficult for us to come up with any intervention that will work. So as NCDC, as a public organization, we'll be happy to have your report with the data that point to us where those reports are coming. And as long as they exist, I think we'll write on it and see how intervention can also go to where they need to go. Because one of the mandates of NCDC is for everybody in Nigeria to have quality health, and it's for all. I think with this, I should have addressed some of the questions for surveillance. Thank you. I will hand over to maybe my director or my colleagues here.
Okay. So mine is very simple. So there are 12 global priority pathogens, but then, AMR, it's that's for the global, priority pathogens. But for the country, we added 2 because they were not part of the global priority pathogens. Cholera is one of them, and Neisseria meningitidis was not part of the global priority pathogens. So if you want more information, you go to NCDC website and get the National AMR Surveillance Guideline. Everything is there. So then for the AMC, antimicrobial consumption surveillance, as a country, we have not started the granular surveillance for antimicrobial consumption. But NAFDAC is the agency that is responsible to provide that data, and we collaborate with them. So we have already submitted to the global network the import and local manufacturing data. That is what we are able to get currently. You can believe me that we have more than 100,000 PPMVs, patent and proprietary medicine vendors. So what we are doing now is to have a national protocol for antimicrobial consumption surveillance across community pharmacy. That has not happened yet. Then awareness, Madam, yes, we piloted community antimicrobial stewardship program in 5 states, and then we are last year. So we have not finished analyzing the data. So the lessons learned will help us to see how we can actually, deploy community-based stewardship program, creating awareness among, practitioners, community pharmacists, patent and proprietary medicine vendors, and what have you. And during that pilot, we also engaged school children. So what we did was we supported 75 secondary schools to establish health clubs. Those that have health clubs, we incorporated AMR as one of the activities they will be doing. And then currently we are engaging universities. We have what we call the National Intravarsity AMR clubs. So we have started doing a lot of things. AMR is actually behavioral issue, use of antimicrobials. So it takes a lot of time, a lot of investment, a lot of energy, and it takes time for you to see the impact of whatever you are doing. So it's behavioral issue, and everybody has a stake to ensure that we use antimicrobial responsibly. Thank you, and over.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the two colleagues, they have actually answered all the questions, but I just want to say that we have noted the comments of the colleagues seated over there, and maybe we would like to have some discussion with you after this meeting so that we're able to know area where we can collaborate and then get more funding for most of our work, because government cannot fund all the programs and the projects in any public institution. So we need to look for more partner. That was the reason why 2 days ago, our DG had a meeting with media executives, a breakfast meeting, because we really want to, partners with as many organizations as possible to ensure that all the work, all the mandates of NCDC are actually met. My sister over there, when you were talking about sleeping sickness, Mr. Yashi, I've told you that we have more than 45 diseases we are actually running after, but we have some diseases called epidemic-prone diseases. There are about 7, and those are the ones we are actually looking after. We have a control program in Federal Ministry of Health. We call it NTD control program. They are the ones that are actually in charge of that disease. They only send the data to us so that we'll be able to note it and be able to put it in our annual report. But they are the ones that are after that particular sleeping sickness, and they have been funded by government. So that is it. So for the AMR, I think Dr. Rewan has done justice to that, and then we'll continue to work from there. I have to thank every one of us that were able to stay up to this. I am not the chairman, so maybe the chairman should thank all of you.
Yes. On that note, we come to the end of this session. But I want you to agree with me that disease surveillance is very, very important. According to the first presenter, he said it's the key element of disease prevention in any country. And if you notice the evaluation, the joint external evaluation report, moving from 39% to 50% tells you that 50% is still work undone. If you're aiming at 100% and you've moved from 39 to 50, so that means the other 50 is still yet undone. That means a lot of work. So it means that we still have a lot of work to do. And always see disease surveillance as an orphan in public health. Why do I say that? Doesn't have a mother, doesn't have a father. Hardly would you see any agency supporting disease surveillance, any external agency. They're likely to support specific programs. But when it comes to data collection, data collation, data analysis, reporting, analysis, and dissemination, hardly will you see many agencies supporting that aspect. So that's why I always think that it is an orphan. So let us find parents, adopted parents, so that we can strengthen our disease surveillance and epidemic preparedness and response. On that note, I would like you to give a big round of applause to our 3 presenters. I want you to give a bigger round of applause. The more you clap, the longer you would live. According to Dr. Yes. Now we have one more presentation, and I would like the president of EPiSON to come and make this presentation to the DG NCDC, Dr. Jide Idris, for allowing his staff to come and support us and give us these beautiful presentations.
All of us agree that the presentation by NCDC is a much needed one. It's a great presentation. We lost a lot of time between our opening ceremony, our launch, to this presentation. In fact, we have also lost the second scientific session for today. I'm just cracking my head to see how tomorrow will be. So please, we would like everyone to come on time so that it would have been one scientific session tomorrow to make room for our AGM, our visit to the Army Museum, and then dinner. Be that as it may, let's see how we are going to work things out. Let me also inform us, we have put it on our platform. I don't know how many people took note of it. We went to the DG, NCDC, the new DG, for support. And he gave us an assignment. He said he needs the list of EPiSON members state by state. We developed a Google form, posted it on our platforms, and asked people to fill that form. You know, it's a very simple form. Your name and sex, all that, where you are, the state where you live and you are practicing. He said he needed it to know from where to ask for help when there is an outbreak. As epidemiologists, that we should collaborate with them. It is only on that basis that NCDC will give us any support. I don't know how many people will fill that form. If you have not filled it, please still fill it so that we can repopulate and give them an updated list. We have less than 70 names on our list. So I want to plead with every one of us to do so. So on that note, EPiSON is presenting this plaque to Dr. Jide Idris, Director General NCDC, and guest speaker on disease surveillance, epidemic preparedness and response, prospects and challenges, presented at EPiSON 2024 conference, Abuja. Congratulations. So please, let me, on behalf of the LOC, beg us and the scientific committee as well. I think the key would just be starting early. I don't know how early you can get us here. Okay. So if we start by 8, we'll merge the two. All right. Okay, so We are going to, please come and address us because this one is right on your desk.
Thank you, everyone, and for your patience. We've had a long day today. We have some outstanding presentations for tomorrow. We were supposed to have our second session this evening, but we can see it didn't hold. So having said that, my appeal to everyone is for us to be on time. We intend our 8:30 a.m. will be prompt. We have about 16 outstanding abstracts to be presented. Our plan was to have just a session tomorrow morning, but because we have shortfalls from today, we're going to have 2 parallel sessions for tomorrow morning so that we can see if we can take all the abstract presentations. So our sessions chairman, I appeal for you to be early tomorrow. Also for the presenters, I suppose 1 or 2 may be here, so we spread the word that our 8:30 a.m. should be prompt so that we can take all the presentations tomorrow. Thank you and have a good evening.
So thank you very much again, and apologies for keeping us late. Tomorrow is going to be very, very interesting. Apart from those papers, the National Primary Healthcare is going to be here, as well as the National Biotechnology Development Agency. Focus is on vaccination tomorrow. So we'll do the papers, we do those other presentations, then we break for lunch. After lunch, we come back for the AGM. So we'll make sure we make up for the time we have lost today. Yes, sightseeing before dinner. After AGM, we'll go for sightseeing. Then there will be dinner. Dinner tomorrow is going to be at the National Center for Women Development, so that we can have enough room to dance. You know, this place is not very good for dancing and eating. All right? So prepare for a lot of dancing tomorrow at the dinner because Mr. President wants you to dance. So come prepared. It's an order. It's a presidential order. So he says you should come with your dancing shoes and be ready to dance. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant night rest. Thank you. To our rapporteurs and communique committee, we thank you very much. Session chairman, we are very happy and thanking you very much for good work. Tomorrow, please be strict with time. All the chairmen, if you need a timekeeper, maybe we should give you a timekeeper. I'll be ringing a bell. The microphone becomes your bell. It's automatic, you can off it. But just be more strict. I know when people are enjoying the presentation, it's not easy. Yeah, but we need to keep the time. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant night rest.